Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Or just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade. Sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack's at Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Proctor and Michigas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Pro said, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. A cupcake sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Happy Saturday. I almost said happy Sunday. It feels like it's Sunday, but it's not. It's Saturday. Happy Saturday, everyone. Today is Saturday, July 18th already? July 18th, 2026. How's everybody doing today? You know what happens on Fridays. Fridays is always the day that all of the documents are dumped. And yesterday there was a massive dump of FOIA documents, Freedom of Information documents relating to the Karen Read case. Some of them are video. And boy, oh boy. It's amazing how they all of a sudden found the video camera to do some interviews in March of 2024 before Karen Read's first trial. It's wild. I don't think we read yesterday's quote of the day, did we? So we got two motivational quotes today. We have yesterday's and we have today's. So let's do that. Will I be going over all of the videos? Well, right now we're going to start with Courtney Proctor and we're going to see how we go. We're going to see how many people come and watch. We're going to see how many people are interested in it. And if we want to keep going after we do Courtney Proctor, we can keep going. There's interviews of Courtney Proctor, Julie Albert, Chris Albert, and Michael Proctor. Those are the ones that have been released. And it's interesting. If you saw the title on my thumbnail and you've already watched the interview, no spoilers for anybody, but I started watching it last night and I had to stop. I had to say, no, I want to watch it with you. I want to watch it with you in real time. And it's crazy. Yesterday's Friday, July 17th, motivational quote of the day is E.M. Forster said, in the creative state, a man is taken out of himself. He lets down, as it were, a bucket into his subconscious and draws up something which is normally beyond his search. He mixes this thing with his normal experiences, and out of the mixture, he makes a work of art. Well, that's a long one, and it's really deep, so let's read it again. E.M. Forster said, the truth always comes out. Hey, Be in Trouble, how you doing, bud? How are you? Are you okay? In the creative state, a man is taken out of himself. He lets down, as it were, a bucket into his subconscious and draws up something which is normally beyond his search. He mixes this thing with his normal experiences, and out of the mixture, he makes a work of art. I like it. Today's motivational quote of the day for Saturday, July 18th, is Dorothy Parker. You know how it's gloomy some days like this? Gloomy, it's raining here. We had wicked thunderstorms a little while ago. And it's just like, you feel blah. You're just like blah, like bored. Dorothy Parker said, the cure for boredom is curiosity. Well, curiosity killed the cat, and we might kill a lot of cats today because we are not going to stop until the right people are convicted and arrested for the murder of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Right? The cure for the cure for boredom is curiosity. You saw it here. Maybe not first, but today. Goodmans are here. Hi, Mrs. G. Thank you, Mrs. G, for your Venmo. She says, love you. Love you too, Mama G. There it is. Monday morning, 9 a.m. Come Monday, we will have the mega motion. It's going to be argued in front of Judge Belazos in the Commonwealth versus Aiden Carney case. I believe Mr. Betterow will be in town. Each side only has 30 minutes for arguments. It's going to be interesting. Something else very interesting is I received correspondence today from one Grant Smith Ellis, who said, would you be interested in doing a stream tomorrow, Sunday afternoon, about Aiden's Mega Motion, my channel or yours? And I said, yeah, let's do it. So keep an eye out for that tomorrow. Don't know what time that's going to happen, but did you ever thought you would see the day? It might be the collab that you never thought you needed. Me and Grant Smith Ellis, once arch enemies, and now he's seen the light and he's come over to the bright side. He left the dark side, and I can't wait to find out like how he was duped. Who duped him? Did they tell him to come for me? Because remember, he was coming for me. He thought it was me that was going to release Lindsay's phone extraction. Somebody convinced him that it was, and I can't wait to hear all about it. And we can talk about Aiden's motion. And also, he knows a lot about the family Discord server. I don't know what Discord is. I don't know. I just the name Discord is something that I don't need in my life, and so I've never had one. Don't know what it is really, but apparently there was a family Discord server run by, I don't know if it was Kate Peter, one of those people, and they were all involved in family conversations. And I think Michael Marcy was involved in it too, and that came out in some of his emails. And must add the transcripts. Are you talking about the transcripts on Fahey? I did. I haven't had a chance to read them yet, but I did get them. Thank you so much for that. You're talking about the appellate briefs and such, unless you emailed me something today, but I do not reunited and feel so good. We never knew each other before. He was just told that I was not a friendly, and he was on the other side, and I think he was duped. But we'll see. All right. Let us go. We're going to go to Courtney Elberg's interview from March of 2024, because here's what happened yesterday. Yeah, I got it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I work it around the World Cup? I'm not watching it, and I have no idea when it is. Tell me when it is. Thank you, Gigi. Oh, for your very generous Cash App. She says, Melanie found her head per Leighton. I found my head, Leighton. I got your clue about where my head was, and I found it. Tell me in Eastern time. What time is it tomorrow? Or today? 2 or 3 p.m. tomorrow? Okay. So here's the thing. All of a sudden, they're releasing all of these Freedom of Information Act documents from the Karen Read trial into the public domain. The videos that we are going to watch come from the Commonwealth's Notice of Discovery 36. And I want to pull that up for you right here. And here it is. So these videos were turned over to Karen Read's team by the Commonwealth via this Commonwealth's Notice of Discovery 36 before Karen Reed's first trial. So on March 10th of 2024, these videos were turned over to the defense. And here's what it describes them as. Copy of Massachusetts State Police body-worn camera video recorded interviews of Julie Albert, Christopher Albert, Courtney Elberg, that's Courtney Proctor's married name, and Michael Proctor. Now, I see some people identifying these as internal affairs investigation videos, but I don't think that that's what they are. Because if they were, I don't think they would be turned over. And he was not, as you remember, suspended until after the first trial, which would have been in July. What I think that these interviews are Rule 14 interviews, because as you know, they sometimes forget. Prosecutors in Massachusetts have a Rule 14 obligation to automatically turn over certain kinds of discovery. Again, if the spoilers would be appreciated, not. Not. Some people haven't watched them, so it's just like, be nicer to not spoil it for people that haven't watched them. So I think here's what happened. Michael Proctor testified in front of the federal grand jury in February of 2024. We know that. We know that the feds turned over 3,000 pages of materials to the prosecution and the defense in, I think it was also in February of 2024. I think the reason that they did these interviews, and so during Michael Proctor's examination, he was surprised by the fact that they had his text messages. And I think what this is, because the only people that are interviewed here are Julie Albert, Chris Albert, Courtney Proctor, and Michael Proctor. I think they were trying to dig into the gift text messages where Julie Albert says to Courtney, when all of this is over, I want to get your brother a thank you gift. So I think, and this is wild to me that they were doing this in March of 2024 before the first trial. They were trying to dig into Michael Proctor's relationships with Chris and Julie Albert to see if there was any potentially exculpatory information that they needed to turn over to the defense, because you remember Michael Proctor swore up and down that he didn't know about the relation, that he had no relationship with these people. Okay. Yes. Thank you, Emily. March 12th of 2024 was the day that Karen's team said at the pretrial hearing, details from the federal investigation, including the relationship between Proctor and Alberts. This was a week later that they did these interviews, right? So they wanted to dig into this a little bit, and they didn't interview anybody else that was in the house. And so, yes, Curtis Smith reminding me, again, if you would like to go to another channel and watch something else, you're free to do that. Go bye. I'm on like my last nerve, Scott. Just so you know. Kurt Smith says, remember Lally at the prelim said Proctor had no relationship with the Alberts. Kaylee says it was definitely a cover your ass operation by the MSP. But it's interesting because as they're doing this, and you're going to see what Courtney, that's why I wanted to do hers first, because I found it mind-numbing. It's shocking to me that after this whole investigation, and I'm sure, relaying all of their results of these interviews and showing them to Michael Marcy, that they didn't just back off of the charges, but they couldn't. They couldn't. Ask yourselves why. None of you are brainwashed by me or Turtle Boy or anyone else. You all can make up your own minds. And so I would like to hear your thoughts. It's 24 hours. What is 24 hours? Oh, that's the going rate. That's the going rate for getting on my last nerve is a 24-hour. Okay, good. Got it. Cool. I defer to you, sir. I defer to you. Seems like a lot of you have already watched them because you're asking a lot of questions. And so let's save the questions, how about, until the end? How about we do that? Should we do that? I think that'd be a great idea. Look at Craftastical coming in here and gifting 5 memberships. The trolls are going to be out in full force tonight. I'm sure they're watching. Hey, Courtney, what's up? The rumor is that Michael's living with Courtney. Listen, I don't know why you guys are taking the fall for this. I really don't. I don't know why you're allowing your family to be destroyed when I'm sure that perhaps maybe your brother has some information that might make his life a little bit better and make some other people's lives a little bit more difficult. But, listen, choices, right? Thanks for gifting 5. Craftastical Decline coming in with a hot 20. Thanks for sharing your Saturday. Thank you. It's like gross out. It's hot and muggy, but rainy and thundery and stormy. Archie says, has Grant come out that Karen is innocent? Yeah, he's fully on the free Karen Reed side. No, he is. He has gotten to that point. He's also been doing a lot of coverage on the war. And he's going to be live streaming from court tomorrow, Aiden's hearing, because I think Judge Belzo's finally allowed to have cameras in there. I'm not sure if he's live streaming, but I'm sure that Mainstream will get a camera in there so we can get, nice close-ups on Mark Betterow and our friends that are going to be there. Thank you, Arch. Thanks, Archie. Hayden says, I watched. Can't wait for the dissection. No spoilers here. I love Surprise Melanie. I know, you never know what's going to happen. You just never know. On top, thank you for your super sticker. Bub's mom is here. Yay. A Saturday live. Thanks, Melanie. Oh, thank you for tuning in. And I wanted to do it early enough that our friends from across the pond would be able to join us. So it's not 3 a.m. for you guys. Devin said, thanks for your time today, Melanie. You literally brighten my spirit. Perfect for a rainy day in New York. I love it. I know. It's like, what else are we going to do if we can't go to the beach or sit outside? Nicole says, Miss Melanie, I have so many questions. I can't wait to get your take. P.S. Did you get my Venmo? Did you send it today? Hold on. This is from yesterday, right? Yeah, I saw this. I think this was after the show was over. So sorry, Nicole, but I didn't see it until after the show was over. She said, did you see the Sunset Boulevard sinkhole water main break? Love you, XOXO. I did not. And I didn't look for it, to be honest, because I remember reading this and then I was like, oh, I got to look into that. And then I was off on some other tangent. So thank you for that. And thanks for your 5. Resilient Speaks says, so if the police are questioning, I can choose to show them what I want. They won't extract my phone. Well, I don't know. Why don't we watch? Let's watch. Okay, so here's why I think they were trying to dig into this to find out if they'd have to turn over any exculpatory information or any other information to the defense. They did these interviews and they gave them to them and they were like, okay, we're kind of off the hook here. I don't think this has anything to do with the internal affairs investigation because remember that when we've watched so many of these videos and I can't remember. I think it was Fanning who said that when they went to do the wellness check on Michael Proctor in February 2024, after he testified in front of the grand jury because he was so broken up and they weren't, they were so worried about him that eventually, and I think, was it Laura McLaughlin? I think it was Laura McLaughlin who showed Fanning the text messages of Proctor, but he wasn't allowed to take them with him and he had to sign an NDA and he wasn't allowed to talk about it. And that's why Michael Proctor kept getting 5-star reviews throughout the rest of the year till he was finally suspended after the first trial. See, they didn't want any of this going on before the trial or during the trial. They waited until after so that he wouldn't be fully disgraced until after the trial. Thank you, Goodmans, for giving 5 memberships. You're amazing. I'm going to assume that was Mr. G because Mrs. G already got me by Venmo. So thank you very much. And welcome to the 5 randomly selected members by YouTube. It has nothing to do with me. But if you're new, check out the special emojis that we have. So many of them were curated, especially for the Karen Reed trial. If you know, you know. Yeah, I got 5-star reviews on his QBRs is what happened there. Local government insider. If you know, you know. All right, let's go before too many people give spoilers. Charles says, I'm annoyed. I watch these interviews. Well, it's okay because you just watched them by yourself, Charles. All the way in South Africa, so lonely. We're going to, not only are we going to watch them together, we're going to stop. We're going to talk about them. We're going to break them down. We're going to have some snark. It's what we call legal analysis. I forget who coined that phrase, but let's take a look. Okay, so for those of you who don't know much about Courtney Proctor, you're going to learn a whole lot about Courtney Proctor from her 49-minute interview. This is from January 25th, 2024. Watch her demeanor, watch her choice of words, watch how long these people have known each other. And I think you're going to find this very interesting. And remember, they have Proctor's total phone extraction going all the way back to something like 2012. Everything's in there. So if any of these people were not being truthful, there's so much more to uncover. So much more to uncover. Here we go. Courtney Proctor, March 25th, 2024, 5:02 p.m.
Okay, the body cameras are recording. Today is Monday, March 25th, 2024.
You know which, I'm sorry, I had to. You know what would have been so great? You know what would have been so great is if they recorded any of the interviews that they did all the way back in 2022, because it is so much different to read a statement that's, first of all, not signed by a witness, not drafted by a witness, not initialed by a witness. It is so much different to watch a video of a witness statement than it is to read a statement. And if they had only seen fit to record those interviews, they're doing this with the body cam. They're doing this with body cam. Does MSP wear body cam all the time? Why didn't Michael Proctor have his body cam on when he went to interview Jennifer McCabe at her house and Matt McCabe and Brian Albert at their house? Why didn't they do it? Why didn't they record it? Things have not changed because remember the Harry Turk case. Harry Turk also was interviewed on video in the hospital for hours. For hours. Was it intentional? Of course it was. You'll never convince me otherwise. Happy birthday, Jenny Lulu. Happy birthday, Jenny Lou. It does. It looks like she's drinking a draft beer, but I think it's a Starbucks cup. I was hoping she would turn it around so I could read her order. Yeah, and Kelsey, right. All right, here you go. Let's go.
The time is 5:02 p.m. We are inside a conference room located within the Disabled Persons Protection Unit located at 300 Granite Street, 4th floor in Braintree. I am Detective Captain Eric Benson with the Massachusetts State Police, and I'm joined today by
Captain George Barrios, Mass State Police.
Wait. Did he just say his name was Captain Benson? Oh, come on. Really? There's a Captain Benson? We love Olivia Benson, Mariska Hargitay. Okay. Things have just taken a turn into Law and Order land. This is Detective Captain Eric Benson. And the other guy's name is something like Barros. Hold on. Barros or Barrios? Hold on.
located at 300 Granite Street, 4th floor in Braintree. I am Detective Captain Eric Benson with the Massachusetts State Police, and I'm joined today by
Captain George Barrios, Mass State Police.
And we're conducting an audio and video recorded interview of, could you please state your name, ma'am?
Courtney Elberg.
And it's E-L-L-B-U-R-G?
One L, so E-L-B-U-R-G.
Okay, thank you. And your date of birth?
Okay, something else I want to just point out. Put a pin in this. So Michael Proctor testifies. I don't know the exact date, but we know it was in February of 2024. Now this is already end of March 2024. You're not supposed to talk about what you testified to in front of the grand jury, right? It's supposed to be confidential, right? Do you think Michael Proctor told his sister what happened at the grand jury and how he was confronted with all of these text messages? Thank you, Lex. Happy birthday to Lex. Happy birthday. Because I feel like the way she answers some of these questions, she knows they're coming, right? Be in trouble thinks so. She knows the questions are coming. And she's not supposed to. Why did they take her all the way to Braintree? I don't know how far Braintree is, but why are they doing this in Braintree? I have so many questions. Don't tell me where she lives. I don't want to know where she lives. Unless it's Canton, because I thought she lived in Canton.
And your address?
I read lips. She said Canton. Then, anyway.
What was the address again?
I'm glad that they redacted portions of that's her kids' names, the addresses, phone numbers.
And a phone number.
Not far? Okay. Thanks, Em.
Okay, and that's a cell.
Yes.
All right. Any alternative numbers? That's pretty much your best point.
Yeah. No home phone.
Okay, perfect. And so just to rehash, for the benefit of the record, how we came to be here. Early afternoon today, I gave you a call on your cell phone.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I introduced myself as a detective captain with the state police, and I indicated that I've been asked to investigate or inquire about the relationship between your brother, who is Trooper Michael Proctor.
Correct.
Correct. And Julie and Christopher Albert.
Yes.
And
So that's his mission. His mission is to inquire about the relationship between Michael Proctor and Julie and Chris Albert, the parents of Colin Albert. That's specifically why they're doing these interviews. And I feel like she already knows that.
I indicated that I felt that speaking to you was important to sort of establishing that relationship because it seemed like you sort of sat in the middle of that relationship.
Yes. Correct.
Essentially accurate.
Correct.
So I asked what your availability was, and it seemed like you had conflicts during the day due to work, but you indicated that you were available this evening.
Yes.
Then proposed that we meet for an interview at this location. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, and then after confirming that, I left you a voicemail to confirm the same.
Yes.
And then you called, I don't know, 10 minutes ago to indicate that you were here.
Yes. Correct.
Okay, and then we walked up and sat down here, sort of explained again who we were, what we were doing, and asked if you had any questions before we started the tape.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. And just for the benefit of the record, do you know who I am? Have we ever met?
No, I don't remember your name, Captain.
No,
okay.
that's perfectly fine.
But we've never met before.
For the record, I don't believe that I have ever met Courtney.
No, I've never met either of you.
No.
Something funny, Ms. Elberg. Something funny, Ms. Elberg. No, the Nicholas Barros was the Dighton cop who testified about the seizure of Karen's car and the condition of the taillight. And this guy's name is Barrios. So two different people.
And Captain Barrios.
No have I. This is the first time we're meeting.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, and so we'll just get right into it. Do you know Julie and Chris Albert?
Yes, I know them.
Yeah, how do you know them?
Julie is the older sister of my friend Jillian, and I met Jillian when we both began junior high in 1991 at the Galvin Middle School. We both started there in 6th grade, and that's when I struck up a friendship with Jillian, and we were friends since then. And Julie,
They've known each other since middle school. Since middle school. Don't you remember Michael Proctor testified on the stand that he talks to his sister like 10 times a day? I don't remember the exact number, but it's something like 6 to 10 times a day. They are very, very tight, and I love that for them. Does he tell her everything? But she's known Jillian Daniels, who is Julie Albert's sister, since middle school.
is her older sister.
Are you still friends with Jillian?
Yes.
She still lives locally.
Yes.
Wait, it's called Galvin Middle School? Isn't that Jen McCabe's maiden name? Oh man, this town is so incestuous. It's insane. People never leave. My favorite part of this video is how uncomfortable she looks when all we can hear is the pen scribbling. And sometimes the pen scribbles really loudly for a really long, uncomfortable time. And you can see the brain, the wheels turning in her head, and smoke is practically coming out of her ears. Oh, it's Denise Galvin. Her sister is married to Galvin. Okay, thank you. I know, I can't remember everything. Jennifer Weeks. Their maiden name is Weeks. They're not related, though, to the Whitey Bulger Weeks, right, though? And Denise Galvin, she's a scrivener. How could I forget? Denise Galvin is the scrivener. She is married to a Galvin, and the middle school may or may not have been named after her family because you're telling me it's a popular name. I know, it's so hard to keep everything straight. Yes. Jillian is the one who attacked Turtle Boy, and I think it's on video somewhere. But if you can watch this, I really want you to pay attention to her body language, to the uncomfortable shifting around. Every now and then she looks directly into the camera and it's hilarious. But she's super uncomfortable to the point where she starts babbling a lot. Like, she's a talker too. But I love when he's scribbling and she's like, I wonder what he's writing down. I wonder what he's writing down. Did I say something wrong? It's wild.
And how much older is Julie than Jillian and then you?
So I'm going to be 45. I think Julie, she 50? Yeah, Julie's either 5 or 6 years older than me.
Okay.
I feel like when we were freshmen in high school, Julie had already graduated like the year before. So there's probably about a 4 or 5 year age gap.
Okay.
I feel like if she was 50, you probably would have been invited to her 50th. And you probably would have shouted at her a happy birthday. But, that's just me.
So the Julie was quite a bit older, I guess, from a 6th grade standpoint.
Oh, yeah, yes. Yeah, especially when you're a freshman in high school. And
So did your relationship evolve over time? Yeah,
so for most of my friendship with Jillian in junior high and throughout high school and a little bit after college, Julie, I knew Julie. I was at Jillian's house a lot, so I knew who she was. But shortly after Julie graduated high school, she had her first child, and I went off to college. So we didn't really strike up. Our paths didn't reconnect until well after I had finished college and moved back from Connecticut, and I was back in Massachusetts. And Julie by then had 3 young boys, and saw her a little bit more often. And if Jillian had her nephews and I was with Jill, I got to help babysit the nephews and things like that. So it really wasn't until my mid-20s where I honestly got to really know Julie a little bit more. Because in junior high and high school, I was her youngest sister's annoying friends. Right. It really, I knew who she was, but it really wasn't until later that we made our own kind of friendship.
Okay. And so in your mid-20s after college, you come back here and then you're still friendly with Jillian, but now you're more peers, with Julie than you were in your childhood because of the age difference. Age differences and so.
Yeah, and Jillian would watch her nephews and we would sometimes help Jillian watch her nephews, and that's how I got to become a little bit closer to Julie. She was home with 3 boys.
Okay. And so over time you got Julie's phone number and started to talk to her and sort of without having to go. Was it a situation when you were younger? Obviously you go through Jillian almost entirely.
Yeah.
And at a certain time it just sort of became a thing where you would talk to Julie directly. And
yeah, I think a couple of times I might have helped babysit one of the boys from time to time. Jillian we could have been on group text. So yeah, eventually I had my own connection and my own direct contact with Julie.
Okay. And how would you describe your relationship with Julie now or over the past several years?
So when I got married and my husband and I settled back into Canton, and we had our 2 young kids, Julie, helped when I went back to work.
Julie helped when I went back to work. Remember her wedding? She glossed right over the fact that Colin Albert was the ring bearer at her wedding. She didn't tell us that part yet.
I want to put my kids in daycare. Her boys were at that point in high school and middle school, so they didn't need her as much, and she didn't work. So it was someone familiar that one could be like, help me with watching my kids. Yeah. And I just didn't want to put my kids in a daycare facility. So my parents watched my kids for a few days, and then Julie watched my kids for a few days, and it worked out. It was someone who I knew, someone who family I've known for a long time and I trusted, and she helped provide daycare for my children. So her and I definitely got closer over the last few years because she helped watch my kids.
Right.
So we talked pretty regularly because of that.
She was your nanny for 9 years. She was her nanny for 9 years. Julie Albert, the mother of Colin. It's going to come out. It's going to take a while. This is like oral surgery. It's like pulling teeth, trying to get it out of her. She's trying to make it like, oh, she just watched my kids a couple days a week. Anybody ever have a nanny for 9 years? Your nanny becomes like part of your family. Corey Hopkins is here. She's playing golf. Checking in. Thunder timeout. Hit him straight, girl.
How many days? When did she start watching her kids?
So when she watched for me in the summers, and I was born in 2013. I went back to work 3 months later. So she watched a couple of days a week for me until I went off to preschool. And then there was a period before she was born where Julie didn't help at preschool. And then was born in 2016, and then she watched for 2 to 3 days a week for me up until he went to kindergarten, which was 2 years ago.
Okay, so
does anybody else cringe when you hear her say kindergarten? Kindergarten. Who is that? A Massachusetts thing? Please tell me no. Kindergarten. Okay, so between 2013 and 2022, Julie Albert was your nanny. And we know that she works in a school because she accused David Yannetti of stalking her when he went to interview or meet with Lucky in a school parking lot to go around and drive his route. Kindergarten. Listen to that again. And she's is she a teacher? She works at the school. She does something at the school. Don't say it. Don't name the school. I don't want anybody contacting any of these people. Nobody needs that. Emily is a former kindergarten teacher, and she says, no, it's kindergarten.
For me, up until he went to kindergarten, which was 2 years ago.
Okay, so between 2013 with a small break and 2022?
Yeah.
So for 9 years or so?
Yeah, off and on. Watched my kids 2 to 3 days a week.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what? You don't think that's a close relationship? She was your nanny for 9 years, 2 to 3 days a week. How much were you paying her? And your teacher, or you work in a school, so you had to leave early. So did she come over at like 7 a.m. and she was there until 4 or 5 p.m.? That's a lot of time with your children. That's a really close relationship. Julie Albert got really, no, wait, never mind. She's going to go on. Hold on. Let's just keep going. Just an acquaintance. They're just acquaintances. Julie Albert was Michael Proctor's sister's nanny for 9 years. Okay. You don't just hire a nanny off the street. This was someone she already knew. She trusted her with her precious cargo, her precious boys. I don't know if they're boys or girls actually, but her precious children. She trusted Julie Albert for 9 years to watch them since kindergarten and preschool. That is a tight relationship. This is where he scribbles a lot. She's like, did I say the wrong thing?
All right. And would you watch other people's kids at the same time, or was it just your kids?
It was just my kids.
Okay. And obviously, over the course of that time, you became somewhat closer.
Yeah.
You know, because
She's got my kids.
daily interaction,
Yeah.
and she has your kids.
Yeah.
So okay. In terms of socially, obviously, you had a sort of a business relationship in some way with her, friendly business relationship, something like that.
Yeah. I mean, it was business because I paid her. So yeah.
Yeah, but aside from that,
She's like trying to pretend it's not a business relationship, which means to me that it was more like my good friend is watching my kids and I happen to be paying her, but it wasn't really like she wasn't really like a hired employee because we were really close. Keep this in mind for Julie's interview, says Tiff. Of course, she trusted her. Right? She had to have trusted her with her She trusted her with her children. And she's trying to be, oh, no, it wasn't business relationship. Like she's my dear friend. And I was kind of helping her out by paying her to watch my kids.
Yeah, business because I paid her. So yeah.
Yeah, but aside from that, did you? What was your social interaction? Your pure social interaction like with her?
I don't like. We didn't hang out. I was a young mom, so it wasn't like I was going out a lot, and she wasn't really someone that went out a lot, but we talked regularly. She honestly gave me advice about kids, like when one of the kids had the stomach bug, she would be someone I would go to say, what do I do? I don't have an older sister, and sometimes my mom, her.
Bam, there it is. Julie Albert was like my older sister. Julie Albert is like an older sister to me. Kids are sick. I call Julie. Kids are having problems in school. I call Julie. I need advice about raising kids. I call Julie. Julie's like my older sister. Are you kidding me? Remember, Courtney Elberg was not called to testify at either trial. Julie is Chris Albert's wife, mother of Colin. This is Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney. Julie had her first kid right out of high school, she said. But I think Julie says in her interview she was like 22 or something. But at this point, Julie's kids are older. She probably needs something to do during the day. I guess she didn't work outside the home. And so she became the nanny for Courtney. And she's like an older sister to her. That's what a second family is for. That's what Michael Proctor's mother said on Facebook. The Alberts are like our second family. Listen to that again.
When one of the kids had the stomach bug, she would be someone I would go to say, what do I do? I don't have an older sister, and sometimes my mom, her advice was from when my brother and I were young in the 80s, and things change, and there's new ways to swaddle kids than my mom knew. So sure. Julie was someone who just raised 3 boys, and I would ask her lots of questions about infants and toddlers. I saw her a lot because she was either coming to pick up the kids or drop them off, but it wasn't like I went out on the weekends with her all the time. It was just most of my socializing was because she was coming to my house with the kids.
She was your children's nanny for 9 years. She spent more time with them than you do. And that's not a dig. Okay. I too was a working mother. Okay. I was a lawyer. I was at the office every single day from dawn till dusk when my kids were little. And I had an amazing nanny, and you have to have an amazing nanny. But she spent more time with your kids than you did. And so maybe you didn't go out with her on the weekends because, you were busy. You probably didn't have a weekend nanny. But she knew everything about your kids. She was the conduit to your children. She would tell you about their day. I mean, this is a tight relationship. And the fact that they tried to minimize it the way they did is wild to me. And the fact that Michael Proctor was handpicked, hand-selected to be lead on this investigation should give everyone a little bit of pause, or even more pause than you had before.
Okay. All right. Then would you see her at sort of birthday parties, family parties and such? Would she come to your house for your kids' parties and such?
Yeah. So first time mom. I had extravagant birthday parties for my daughter. My poor son kind of got gypped. But Julie and Chris and the three boys were always invited to my children's birthday parties.
So Chris was there too. Julie and Chris would always be at the kids' birthday parties, and so would Michael Proctor. Michael Proctor would be at these crazy birthday parties for his niece and the nephew who got gypped on the birthday party stuff. They would all be there together, hanging out at the kids' birthday parties. I used to say that kids' birthday parties were like the longest 2 hours of my life that I'm never getting back. Remember going to those kids' birthday parties? There's all these other parents that are there that you don't really know and that you might not really want to socialize with. And so what would Michael Proctor and Chris Albert do? Probably hang out together. Because a lot of times when your kids are little and they're not drop-off parties and you got to stick around the gymboree or whatever it is, wherever the party is, you know, the dads hang out in the corner. The date of the interview is right at the top of the video there, 3/25/24, before trial number 2, after Michael Proctor was surprised with his text messages at the federal grand jury questioning in February 2024. Yeah, they play it off like they barely knew it. You guys have suffered through kids' birthday parties, you know.
My son's birthday falls around Thanksgiving, so they would come over for dessert, bring him a gift. So bigger family functions that were really around my kids, they would be at.
They, not just Julie, Chris too.
Okay, so mostly birthdays. Were they at your wedding?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Lee, was it Julie and Chris Albert's interview that Michael Proctor said after formal introductions? Of course. After formal introductions, I interviewed Julie and Chris Albert. And remember, in that first interview, they were interviewed together. Michael Proctor wrote down on the interview that after the waterfall, Chris and Julie followed back to 34 Fairview. They denied it. But that's what Michael Proctor wrote in his report.
So Jillian was my maid of honor. And Julie and Chris were invited. Julie and Chris.
She's going to tell us about the ring bearer, but she's got the whole story prepared in her head of how she's going to tell it, right? Because now she knows. I don't remember when Aiden found the pictures of Colin Albert being the ring bearer at the wedding, but she knows it's coming and she's got a whole explanation for it. So listen to that again. He says, okay, he's like, all right, so mostly birthdays. What about your wedding?
Okay, so mostly birthdays. Were they at your wedding?
Yeah, so Jillian was my maid.
Were they at your wedding? She doesn't bring it up. She's asked. Olivia's here, and she knows everything. Something not discussed enough, she says. The call came in to CPAC when Michael Proctor's on-call shift was over. 14 minutes before it ended. Why didn't the next guy on call take it? Not like Michael Proctor rushed to the scene. That's right. He claims he never went to 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022. Because he's hand-selected, just like everyone who works, who's assigned to MSP, who's assigned to the Norfolk DA's office from MSP, was hand-selected, chosen ones, the chosen ones.
Maid of honor, and Julie and Chris were invited. Julie and Chris's brother was invited. Julie and Jillian's mother was invited. Pretty much the whole family that was still living was invited. One of Julie's sons, Colin, was my ring bearer. And during those years where I helped Jillian watch her nephews, I had a soft spot for Colin because he was a young boy who had a lot of anxiety, and I just kind of made a connection with him, and he was my little buddy.
He was my little buddy. There it is. There's the title of my stream. Colin Albert was my little buddy. This is before trial 1, March 25th, 2024. Colin Albert was my little buddy. We had a special connection. I had a soft spot for him. She's got a whole story plan, but I think she said too much. She said too much. Sometimes people pick a ring bearer because it's the only little boy that any of their friends have. And they're like, oh, can you kid me be my ring bearer? You don't have to have such a special relationship. I can remember when one of my boys was little being a ring bearer in someone's wedding because he was the only little boy that they knew. I don't even remember their names right now, to be honest. Her and her little buddy. Hold on, let's rewind.
There's where I helped Jillian watch her nephews. Invited. Julie and Chris's brother was invited.
Which brother? Julie and Chris's brother. Which brother? Was it Brian Albert that was invited to your wedding? There's like 6 Albert brothers. Which other Albert brother are you tight with? So now you're inviting Julie and Chris's parents.
Julie and Chris were invited. Julie and Chris's brother was.
Julie and Chris's brother. Which Albert brother went to the wedding? I don't know. Oh, Julie and Chris's brother. I don't know what that means. Julie and Chris's brother.
Invited. Julie and Jillian's mother was invited.
Julie doesn't have a brother. It's Julie and Jillian, right? Are the only 2 Daniels, as far as I know, kids. So it had to be another Albert brother. Which one? Julie and Jillian's mother. Somebody said, wait, Julie and Julian are their names? No, the captions has it wrong. It's Julie and Jillian.
Julie and Chris's brother was invited. Julie and Jillian's mother was invited. Pretty much the whole family that was still living was invited. One of Julie's sons, Colin, was my ring bearer. And during those years where I helped Jillian watch.
She's got a whole excuse why she was the ring bearer. I think she's saying too much. She just could have said Julie and Chris's son Colin was my ring bearer. Okay. Right?
Her nephews. I had a soft spot for Colin because he was a young boy who had a lot of anxiety, and
he had a lot of anxiety as a young boy. Well, that's interesting. So if Colin Albert tries to claim that the defamation case and all the things that Aiden Turtle Boy Carney said about him and his intimidation, he's had anxiety since he was a young boy, hasn't he? Yes, he has. You know why? Because Courtney just told us. He had pre-existing anxiety. He's had a lot of anxiety since he was a little kid. That's very sad. And I would not wish that on anyone. But apparently he's had it since he was little. Maybe that's why he grew up to, want to be like a fighter, bang, bang. But he never had a fight. But maybe, as a little kid, he had a lot of anxiety. And so Uncle Bry, maybe, I don't know. I'm just saying, maybe Uncle Bry taught him how to defend himself and stuff, stick up for himself if he had anxiety. I don't know. I'm just saying that, Colin Albert having number 34 on his football jersey for 34 Fairview is like, I don't know. Is he the son that, Brian Albert wished he had? I don't know. A lot of people say that.
I just kind of made a connection with him, and he was my little buddy. And so he was a ring bearer in my wedding.
Okay.
Would you do anything to save your little buddy? Would you do anything to save your little buddy? Maybe 10 years later. But you're saying this predates you even having kids, because you're saying that you used to babysit sometimes once in a while for Julie's kids, including Colin, right? And he became your little buddy. So I don't know, 15 years later, would you do anything to help your little buddy, to save your little buddy? I don't know. Thank you, gift. If Colin Albert wasn't there when John O'Keefe was, then why leave him off all of the police reports? Because he already has anxiety. You know who else has anxiety? Beej. Brian Albert Jr. has anxiety too. Poor kids. The lengths that some parents will go to for their children. And look, I get it. But this is her little buddy. And now her brother is the lead investigator on a murder case. And all of a sudden, her little buddy's name is left off every single police report as even being a participant or an attendee of Beej's birthday party, even though there were other girls that weren't there when everyone came back that were named. Emily Fabiano and some other girls.
And obviously at these, so your social interaction was in a lot of ways limited to things revolving around your kids, for the obvious connection there at your house, and also your wedding.
Or if Jillian had a function for her, like if Jillian said, "Hey everybody, I want to go out and celebrate my birthday,"
right,
I would see Julie obviously there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
but yeah,
there would be times where it would be sort of a birthday celebration for Jillian, or maybe Julie's birthday, where you.
Yeah, I would be invited to Julie's birthday. I was invited to Chris's birthday.
Did that?
Was Michael ever invited to Chris's birthday too? So Michael Proctor's sister, just to recap, Michael Proctor's sister, who he is so tight with that they speak multiple times a day. If anybody has easy access, Emily, to the text messages between Courtney and Michael Proctor, I would love them at the top of my inbox because we can look at those after. Michael Proctor's sister that he's tight with, her bestie is Jillian, Julie Albert's sister, mother of Colin, married to Chris Albert, town select board member, former town select board member, owner of D&E Pizza, parents of Colin. And Julie Albert, mother of Colin, was Courtney Elberg's nanny for 9 years. 9 years, okay? Got it? And Chris would go to the birthday parties too. Okay, not the kids' birthday parties now, the adult birthday parties now. Okay. I don't even think this is IA. I don't think this is IA, Bob. I don't think this is IA. This is after the MSP learned about Michael Proctor's text messages at the grand jury, the federal grand jury. And remember, they had also been turned over in discovery. So they probably didn't have access to the grand jury. Laura McLaughlin is the one who received all this stuff, her and Adam Lally, and they get these text messages and they see that Julie Albert says to Courtney on the day of Karen's arraignment in whatever court that was, Dedham District Court, Stoughton District Court, on February 2nd, 2022, tell your brother when all this is over, I want to get him a gift. And they're digging into that. I don't think this is IA.
Happen a lot, or was that pretty much during that 9-year period of time? Was that like sort of the norm that you would be invited? And
I think Julie had a surprise 45th or 50th birthday party for Chris. I was invited to that. No, there was never a birthday party for Julie. She hated that stuff for herself. So I would say, when their brother died, we were at a wake and funeral for the brother. When the father died.
Oh, that's very sad. So their brother died. So Julie and Jillian's brother died. May he rest in peace. And their father too. May he rest in peace too. Julie didn't like birthday celebrations for herself. But she did do as a tradition for everyone else, bring them donuts for their birthday. Because remember, she went over to leave some birthday donuts for Beej in his car. She was going to leave them in his car in a nor'easter. And I word has it, she also had a box of Joe with her that she was also going to leave in the freezing cold car. And then Brian Albert saw her and said, "Oh, come in." Hi, Nana Bear. Courtney is Michael Proctor's sister.
For Julie, she hated that stuff for herself. So I would say, when their brother died, we were at a wake and funeral for the brother. When the father died, I was at the wake and funeral for the father. So those type of functions is where I would see them over that course of 9 years.
Right. Okay. And at some of those functions, your brother was present?
He was present at my wedding.
Right.
And he was present at my kids' birthday parties.
Did you go to the wakes and funerals?
But he was not present at any of their functions that they hosted.
So, okay, so your brother and your brother being Trooper Proctor,
True. Yeah.
he was present obviously at his your kids' birthday parties,
Yeah.
which were held at your house.
My house or my parents' house.
Your parents' house.
Or at a million other facilities, like, you know, Gymboree, the trampoline place, the karate place. I mean, I'm sure they didn't always have birthday parties at their house, but okay. Charles thinks they're a cult.
And did he interact with, I guess segues nicely, how does your brother, or how did your brother, or did your brother come to know Julie and Chris Albert and their family?
I mean, the age gap with Julie and I is about 5 years. So the age gap between her and my brother is even bigger. So there was never any like overlap in schooling. He came to know them through me. Michael knew, obviously, Jillian was a close friend of mine. He knew she had an older sister, an older brother, and 2 older brothers. But it really wasn't until like my mid-20s when we were all out of college and all kind of came back to this area where we kind of, all the high school friends kind of all reconnected. And so when I had the kids and she was helping, that's when he would see her. Like if she was home, if she stopped by to drop the kids off and my brother happened to be at my house, he would see her that way. Or obviously at these parties, he would see her and the wedding. And it was just like, oh, hey, how you doing? Just being friendly because he knew who she was. And obviously he knew that she was watching his niece and nephew, but it was just more of in passing they saw each other and they were at the same events.
Okay. And did you while they were at these events, was there a lot of interaction or was it the interaction sort of in passing?
It was more in passing. I mean, at specifically my children's birthday, it was a lot of family and friends. So my brother knew everybody there. So he was circulating around and Julie and Chris only kind of knew a few people there.
Right.
So, when it's a party, you talk to everybody there, but it wasn't like he only hung out with them. It was like, hey, how you doing? Things like that.
Okay. So I guess to sum it up, what would you say your view of your brother's relationship is with Julie and Chris Albert?
He knows who they are. He's friendly, but it's my sister's friends. That's really the extent of it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you want to ask it a little differently. Like, I don't know what you
No, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
So
I don't know like what you want me to say, but I'm really trying really, really, really hard not to get my brother in any more trouble because I know he's already probably going to be in so much trouble. And I know that you guys really want to convict Karen Reed, and I know I don't want to screw that up, but you can see like her internal struggle of, I guess, not wanting to lie to the police, but also trying to protect her brother. Right? Fidgeting.
So essentially, your brother knows who they are.
Yeah.
He knows that they're friendly with you.
Yes.
He knows that Julie babysits your kids and enjoys.
She doesn't just babysit your kids. She's your freaking nanny, okay? It's not like a once in a while babysitter. Once every 6 months, we're going to a concert. I need a babysitter on Friday night. I call her up. Also, keep in mind, Michael Proctor's colleague at Canton PD is Kevin Albert, Chris's brother. You think they all didn't know each other? Are you kidding? Come on. They all went to Canton High. They all grew up together. Kevin Albert is a detective with Canton PD. Michael Proctor has been assigned to the Norfolk County DA's office and works very closely with the Canton PD since, I don't know, whenever he got hired there. JP wants to know, honest question, why didn't she show up with an attorney? Idiot. Because she thinks the MSP is on her side, just like they're on her brother's side. And they had been all along. JP also said, thanks for your 5, I saw this earlier. Honestly, I feel for these people, seen all the interviews, for getting caught up in this mess, but they framed an innocent woman for murder. For murder. Galaxy Girl, thanks for your 5. Please don't associate Galvin Middle School with the McCabe's or Alberts. Galvin Middle School was named after my grandfather, who would be ashamed of their behavior. No relation. Congratulations that your grandfather got a school named after him. I'm sure that he's was a really amazing man. Thank you for sharing the lore. JP, thanks for your 20. My mom was a Catholic school first grade teacher for 40 years. That amount of nannies she dealt with wouldn't surprise you with a $6,000 tuition. Hell, at one point, the Pennsylvania State Police sat outside her classroom because of a student. Oh, wow. She's doing the Lord's work out there. And that's a hard job being a teacher. Really hard job. Hi, Sue. Thanks for tuning in from across the pond. Says, I had my niece and nephew 2 or 3 times a week for 9 years, and they are the most important people in my life. And I would be friends with their mom, even if we were not related. I know. The nanny becomes part of the family. Ask me how I know. Charlie, the body language experts call this fidgeting the fight or flight response. They want to run, but they can't. So they make small, often unconscious movements, such as moving feet or hands or playing with an object. Right. And you can also, some people are not comfortable with silence. And so they try and fill in the silence by talking and saying just anything just to fill the silence because they're not comfortable with the silence. Marcy's Lies says she's answering questions that she's not asked. Yep. Anne-Marie says, my name on YouTube isn't the same as my Venmo. Just so you know, it was from me. Just sent maybe 10 minutes ago. Oh, there it is. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. Let me just see if there's hold on, something that you wanted me to say. A surprise live pop in with Melanie made my day of cleaning so much better. XOXO. I know I started cleaning today too. I was going to clean out my closet. I had all these grand plans of what I was going to do. And then I said, yeah, no, I got to do this show because I could not keep this in for 1 more minute. Thanks, Ann.
Somewhat of a quasi-close relationship with you, because if it's a 9-year relationship, watching your kids, I think by the very nature of that, it has to be at least a quasi-close,
and I trust her.
Trusting relationship.
Yes.
But did you ever know him to socialize with them without you?
Never. No, he didn't even have their phone numbers.
Never.
Okay.
He had to ask me for their phone numbers
when
he needed it.
And when...
Wait, you mean when he needed to interview them? When he needed to interview them after John O'Keefe's murder, he asked you for their phone numbers? Really? Why? Why did he have to ask you for their phone numbers? Why were not they included on any police documents? Why didn't he just ask Kevin Albert, his coworker? They were conflicted off the case, but I'm sure he would have given up their phone number for you. That's wild. He's asking her for their phone number when he's got to interview them. And we know that there was messages between them. Got to go interview Julie. She did really well. He was telling her everything that he was doing with the investigation. And at one point she said something like, I don't know, I'm going to have to find the messages. It's not worth it. Like, why don't do this? Like, it's not worth your job or something.
When did he ask you for their phone numbers?
When the investigation started and he was having to go and investigate and go and talk to a bunch of different people. A few weeks into it, he goes, I think I have to talk to Julie and Chris. Can you send me Julie's cell phone number? I don't have it. So that was
Emily to the rescue. We have the text messages. Emily C, go subscribe to her on all things social. Love you, Em. She's so organized. He's asking his sister for the witnesses' phone numbers. He's also not supposed to be discussing the investigation with her at all. And it's wild to me that they continued with the prosecution after getting all of this stuff and all of these interviews right before the trial started. First trial. February 2022. Because remember, he didn't interview them right away. Some time went by before he interviewed them.
The investigation started and he was having to go and investigate and go and talk to a bunch of different people.
Investigate.
A few weeks into it, he goes, "Oh, I think I have to talk to Julie and Chris. Can you send me Julie's cell phone number? I don't have it." So that was February of 2022. So it wasn't like he ever had direct contact with her ever, like and texted her in a social way, or Chris.
Right, because he had to ask you for their phone numbers. Got it. Was that part of the timeline? Remember, this is over 2 years after the murder of John O'Keefe. They've had 2 years to get their story straight. This is over 2 years later. And a lot of things she doesn't remember. And then there's certain things that she remembers, like as if it was practiced many times or scripted, right?
There's some suggestion that there might have been some text messages between your brother and Julie that predates that. Do you have any sense at all of what those could have been?
No, I don't. I think the only thing that I know at that time, Michael and Elizabeth's his wife, their daycare was up in the air. And I remember saying to Michael, like, "Hey, maybe you'd want to consider Julie to help out in the interim until you find a permanent daycare." Mm-hmm. And so it could have been in that context, but not that I'm aware of, that there was communication.
Yeah.
Okay, so you told Lizzie Proctor, because she wanted to go back to work and they had problems with their child, that she should consider Julie Albert to be her babysitter. Oh, okay. When was that? So he was considering leaving his children with Julie Albert, but they weren't close and he barely knew her at all. Come on. Is anybody buying this?
Mm-hmm.
And so it could have been in that context, but not that I'm aware of, that there was communication.
And what was his response? What was the end result of that? Did Julie ever end up babysitting?
No, she never ended up babysitting. I quite frankly don't even remember if he reached out to her to ask.
No.
Did you say that you were going to ask, or did
I said I just suggested it to them because they were in their daycare. Their daycare person last minute said, "I can't."
Listen to the judgment in this. Now she's telling too much. She's got a whole story about this, and she's very judgy.
Because they were in their daycare person last minute said, "I can't take." My sister-in-law was supposed to go back to work in 2 weeks. And I said, and they were kind of frantic, scrambling to figure out who was going to watch. And I suggested, "Hey, you might want to consider Julie." Was about to go into kindergarten. So I wasn't going to need her anymore.
There it is again, like nails on a chalkboard. Kindergarten.
Okay.
And I was like, "Hey, might be someone to consider," because I know like you're scrambling, but it was just a suggestion than anything.
Okay.
Well, that's so funny because because everybody who's got an amazing nanny knows how hard it is to get rid of your nanny, right? You still want to keep your nanny warm in case you need her on the weekends or whatever. But when your kids are in school full time, you don't need her as much. And so do you oftentimes try and help your nanny find another gig, maybe in the morning before your kids get off the bus so that, they still can maintain their income. Do you think that maybe she just said her youngest was going to kindergarten, so she didn't need Julie all day long? Was she trying to find Julie another job by giving her to the Proctors? I don't know. I'm just spitballing with you. That's your kindergarten again.
About to go into kindergarten. So I wasn't going to need her anymore. Okay. And I was like, "Hey, might be someone to consider," because I know like you're scrambling, but it was just a suggestion than anything.
Okay. All right. So you don't believe that Julie ever, babysat for your brother?
No.
Okay. And you don't even know if he ever asked her?
Correct. I don't.
Did you ask her if she'd be able to?
I did say, if Michael were to reach out, would you be willing to? And she's like, "Yeah." But then I said, "Okay, I'll suggest you." I didn't want to suggest her without her she would be okay with that.
But the onus was on him.
The onus was on him, yeah.
Okay. And you don't believe that ever happened?
No.
Okay. And Julie never told you that, did?
No.
Okay. And Julie never told you that she babysat for him?
Correct. No.
Okay. Do you know if if Julie or Chris ever were at your brother's house? Was there ever an occasion where they went over to your brother's house?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
A lot of scribbling goes on here. And she's like, oh, do they know?
Going back to this possibility that there would be text messages between your brother and Julie prior to, February 2022. Is there a possibility that he would have found himself on a text thread, like a group text that included Julie and Chris?
Possibly, because my son was.
I don't remember any group text message thread, but she's already got the answer ready, right? And like, how would you remember off the top of your head Michael Proctor being on a text thread with Julie Albert from years ago, unless you've already looked for it and you're afraid they're going to find it and or they already have it? Because she assumes that because he's asking her about it, they must have it. And so she's got to make up an excuse of why it would be, not nefarious. Is there a possibility that Michael would have that Michael Proctor, your brother, would have found himself on a text thread with Julie and Chris Albert? She's got an answer ready for this. She doesn't even have to think about it. Listen.
February 2022. Is there a possibility that he would have found himself on a text thread, like a group text that included Julie and Chris?
Possibly, because my son was a bit mischievous at his school. So there were times where we did have a group text where Julie would text me saying, got in trouble. And there could have been a group text where I included my brother to kind of tease that, at 3 years old, my son got sent down to the principal's office. So there could have been.
Why would Michael Proctor, your brother, be on a group text message with Julie and Chris Albert because your 3-year-old got sent to the principal's office? Does that make any sense to you at all? She would have been better off playing the I can't recall card. I'm not sure. I don't know. I can't remember. I'm not sure. Why would Michael Proctor be on that? He's not the father of your 3-year-old. Neither is Chris Albert. Weird. And I guess this is a group message that we don't even know about yet.
A group text where because my brother and I tease each other a lot. So there could have been a group text where I added my brother to kind of tease about getting in trouble at school, because that happened a few times. So it's possible there was a group text, to be honest, where it could have been my brother and Julie on it, and it was in the context of an update of getting in trouble at school that day.
Okay. All right. Have you looked, in your phone at all to see if there is one?
No, I haven't. I have not gone into my iCloud and scoured.
Look at her smirking. He said, did you look into your phone to see if there might be any of these? Like, she's ready for this question. And she says, no, I have not gone into my iCloud and scoured it. Wait a second. He asked you if you looked on your phone. Why are you talking about your iCloud? Did you delete a lot of stuff off your phone too? Your brother doesn't know about the iCloud, apparently. Maybe you should have told him about that. Listen, have you looked in your phone? And then she pivots to iCloud. Of course she looked. How did she know this question was coming?
In your phone at all? Okay. All right. Have you looked, in your phone at all to see if there is one?
No, I haven't. I have not gone into my iCloud and scoured the last few years.
Okay.
there definitely hasn't been one. If there was, it would be years old.
That may be true.
That's even worse, Court. It's even worse. Because if it's years old, that's how long your brother has had a relationship with these people. He should have been nowhere near this investigation. Nowhere near it.
But given the fact that there's statements being made about this relationship, and it seems like text communication years prior to the death of John O'Keefe, obviously, suggests that there is potentially some deeper relationship than.
There's been statements made. He's saying there's been statements made. Statements by who? Statements by the defense team and their court filings, likely. The relationship is even deeper. You just said, oh, if there was, it would have been years and years and years ago.
And there is, which is sort of one of the reasons why we're here trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
And if there is something that is a group text message, something like that would be recoverable, that would be helpful, because if it's something as innocuous as my 3-year-old did something crazy at school and was sent to the principal's office, and they just both happened to be on the text thread, then obviously that's particularly if the text thread originated with you, and you just have to put them both on, because
I like his style of interrogation, because he's like, listen, the way I'm interpreting what he's saying is, I'm here to help you. I'm here to help your brother. If it was years ago and it was just innocuous, it was just harmless, it was just you talking about your 3-year-old going to the principal's office, then obviously that's not a big deal. Just give it to me. Just give it to me. Good job, Captain Benson.
I knew both of them. So do you have any memory of including both of them on a text thread, or?
I think it's definitely highly likely I did. Because they both would tease me about getting in trouble at school.
Yeah.
And it's highly possible I did do that. It's a while ago, so I have to go back and definitely verify that, but it's possible that I definitely did.
Okay. That would be helpful.
It's possible that I definitely did. It's possible that I definitely did. So if it's possible that you definitely did, then Michael Proctor would, in fact, have Julie Albert's cell phone number, because she was on a group thread with him, right? Wow. Keep talking, Court.
Okay.
You can, I think that finding any group text messages or text messages, that involve both Julie and your brother would be very helpful, because I think that is that and these interviews, I think, are the most direct path to really painting the picture of what this relationship relationship was all about in reality.
Yeah.
So if you wouldn't mind doing that, and unfortunately time is kind of.
If you can come to your screen, because you really need to watch her facial expressions and how uncomfortable she is. She wants to protect her brother. I get it. But he says time is kind of the essence here. They don't ask for her phone. I think they asked Chris Albert and Julie Albert for their phones. I don't think they're going to ask her for her phone, but let's keep watching, because I didn't watch the whole thing. No spoilers. Don't spoil it, because I love to watch it in real time with you.
I think are the most direct path to really painting the picture of what this relationship relationship was all about in reality.
Yeah.
So if you wouldn't mind doing that, and unfortunately time is kind of the essence. We're kind of in a time crunch, so if you can sort of dedicate yourself to that, that would be
going to my iCloud.
That would be very helpful.
My husband will have to help me.
And we'll see if we can.
My husband will have to help me go into my iCloud. What does your husband do for a living? Is your husband in technology too? Like Matt McCabe? Oh, look at my freeze game is on point here. Huh. Babe's mom with the tiny violin. I'm looking for my prop. I can't find it. Where did I put my tiny violin? I'll look for it. Thanks for your 5.
Yeah, any more particulars on that, but that would be very helpful.
Okay.
So, all right.
Swinging in the chair, squirming around, frowny face on. Oh no.
But
I'm
your
screwed.
understanding is that there may be some of these group text messages that may relate to your son, where both your brother and Julie Albert were on the same text thread. But beyond that, are you aware of any other text communications or any other communications between your brother and the Alberts?
No,
And you'd have no reason to believe that there were any?
no, correct.
Okay, and it seemed, and is it your statement that basically that this whole relationship runs through you?
Absolutely. It is
Okay.
absolutely for me. And my my brother has friends that I see and I'm friendly with, and but it's through me.
Okay. And how, I think you already said it, but how often do you communicate were you communicating with Julie around I guess in the last 3 years? How many times per day or per week would you say?
So once my sons kind of start elementary years, maybe once a week, once or twice a week, checking in on life stuff. So yeah, once or twice a week after she was done watching my son.
So after she was no longer your nanny, you're still talking once or twice a week. You're still good friends. Hold on. I'm going to star this for later.
And that kind of corresponded with this, with the death of John O'Keefe. Is that accurate? He started school a couple years ago?
So that's 2022. So he started kindergarten the fall of
Kindergarten.
2021. So
Okay.
the year John passed away was first year of kindergarten. So yes. Sorry, it's just the years with COVID and everything,
Yeah.
things just blend together.
Yeah, we know. Time drifts. Time drifts. A lot of paranormal activity over there in Canton.
Okay. And did you know John O'Keefe?
No.
Did you know any of the other, you've obviously been following the case somewhat in the media.
Trying to stay off social media, but yes.
Well, in the
Yeah.
regular media.
Yes.
Did you know any of the other people that have been involved with this case, witnesses or?
I mean, I know who Brian Albert is. I know who Jen McCabe is. Like, I know
Yeah.
who they are.
Yeah.
If I went to a sporting event and I saw them, I'd be like, oh, hey, how you doing? But that's the extent of how well I knew them or know.
You ever go to a lacrosse game in Billerica? From what I hear from the locals in Canton, everybody knew who the Alberts were. Everybody knew who the Alberts were. They grew up in that house. Brian Albert and all his siblings. I think there maybe was 7 of them altogether, 6 boys, 1 girl. You don't hear much about the girl ever. But they grew up at 34 Fairview, and everybody knew the Alberts, right?
Them.
So your relationship with Julie and Chris Albert didn't really, carry over into these other relationships with these other witnesses.
Yeah, because they're either connected to them through a sibling or marriage. And honestly, they're all much older than me.
Mhm.
So Julie's 5 years, but Chris and Brian, Nicole and Jen, even though we all grew up in Canton, they're 10 years or so older than me. So
Girl, you're 45 at the time of this interview, okay? You're 45 at the time of this interview. The older you get, the smaller the age gap is. I don't know for sure, but I don't think that, Jennifer McCabe is 55. I think she's younger than that. I don't know. But she's using distancing language. She's trying to minimize the relationship. 10 years is a lot. 5 years is a lot when you're in 6th grade, but when you're 45, it's not. Weird, right?
Know who they are just because they have a lot of siblings, but that's really the extent of it.
Okay. All right. So, I guess of everyone who you're aware of who was involved with the case,
Yeah.
you know, the 2 people or the 3 people that you know the best,
Yeah.
would be obviously your brother,
Yeah.
and then Julie and Chris Albert,
Correct. Yeah.
and then everybody else is a not even an acquaintance.
Yeah.
You know,
Like
you're familiar with them, but that's pretty much it.
Correct. That's
Not even an acquaintance. Not even an acquaintance. Like, you know, Caitlin Albert, Katie McLaughlin. Just an acquaintance. I went to high school with a girl named Caitlin Albert, but, you know, I was never like in a hot tub with her or anything, or never like, you know, hugging her on the beach or anything with her beers in her hands or anything like that. Never, no bathing suit pictures together or anything. Just an acquaintance. Spacey Stacy says Jen McCabe is like 5 now. She graduated the same year as me. There you go. Okay, so this is 2024, which means Courtney was like 45 then, she said. So now she's like maybe 47 if she had another birthday. So Jen McCabe is not really that much older than she is.
that's correct.
Okay. And in terms of your communications with Courtney, is it
With who? I'm Courtney.
In terms of your communications with Julie,
Yeah.
what do you call on the phone? Do you talk in person? Do you text? Do you use like secure messaging apps, WhatsApp, and
Kind of a little bit of everything. We'll talk on the
Secure messaging apps like WhatsApp. Does everyone understand that iMessage is also a secure app? I mean, I know there's a lot of technology people in the chat that are wicked smart. I'm not a techie, but isn't iMessage also secure? It's not like one of the great things about Apple, and they'll never give up your information no matter what, no matter who wants it. WhatsApp, Signal. He doesn't mention Signal. Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook. Tell us everything.
phone. We'll text through iMessage, so we're not using any kind of certain service. Or sometimes, honestly, I bump into her. So everything really. If we order pizza and we go to D&E, we'll.
Oh no, you go to D&E for pizza because it's free? If it's free, it's for me? I heard they have a mediocre chicken parm. Is it like a pizzeria, like a New York style old school pizzeria, or is it like a sub shop or like I don't know, you call it Grinders up there, Hoagies? We call it Heroes. It'll always be a hero to me. I don't know what you guys call it. And I don't know if it's really and they're not Italian. They're not even Italian. Is the pizza good? Like, just tell me. You can tell me if the pizza's good. Is the pizza good?
Sit there and chit chat with Chris. So it's all three, like in person, call each other on the phone, or text each other through the iPhone.
All right, and obviously you patronize the pizza parlor.
Yeah.
So you run into them there.
Yeah.
Mediocre pizza, says Crazy Sammy.
Okay.
Like, doing a lot of this. She's looking around real nervously.
Julie indicated that she may have been over to your brother's house on one occasion, and that you may have been there on that occasion, but she couldn't fill in much of the detail there. Do you have any recollection of that at all?
No. I would.
So Julie was interviewed first. Julie was interviewed 3 times. Everything in this case happened 3 times. Remember Jenny 3 times? I hit him. Everything's 3 times. Julie was interviewed 3 times. Tell me which interviews you want to watch after this one, because we might have time to watch more. Because who wants to stop now? not me. I'm too deep in it. I'll have to change the thumbnail, but that's okay. I'm here for you. Julie said she might have been at Michael's house one time, but she doesn't really remember why. Do you remember why? I think Julie indicated she may have been over to your brother's house one time.
Over to your brother's house on one occasion, and that you may have been there on that occasion, but she couldn't fill in.
Wait,
much of the
Julie,
details.
did I not say Julie? Jen. That's another 3 times. Yeah, Julie gave 3 interviews. If I said Jen, I was mistaken. Let's catch everything.
There.
Oh, you want to watch Julie's next? Oh, okay. So I ask you a question and then I forget the question within 30 seconds. Okay.
Any recollection of that at all?
No, if she did, I was not there.
Okay.
So, no.
Okay. Are you aware of anyone involved in the matter of Commonwealth v. Karen Reed, the death of John O'Keefe, any of the witnesses ever babysitting for your brother?
No.
She's nodding throughout that entire question. Thank you, Bert and Ernie's Adventures. You're a sweetheart. She's like, no, nobody's ever babysat for him. Listen.
Are you aware of anyone involved in the matter of Commonwealth v. Karen Reed, the death of John O'Keefe, any of the witnesses ever babysitting for your brother?
No.
Okay.
No.
No, of course not.
And in terms of all the witnesses who you're aware of, who would you say are the ones that are most acquainted with your brother?
So the witnesses meaning like Jen McCabe?
Yeah, all of those.
I mean, I guess Julie and Chris because of my friendship with them.
Because of your
Yeah.
friendship. Okay.
But the others,
You're not aware of any closer relationship than
No.
Julie and Chris? Okay.
yeah.
So nervous.
Did Julie?
Carrie P pointing out that Courtney Proctor was in the same class at Canton High with Jill, Jillian, her bestie, and Sean Good. Thank you, Carrie.
Julie indicated at a time that she was proud of your brother and wanted to get him a gift.
As he's asking the question, she's nodding her head. She's been waiting for this question the entire time, and she has a whole story ready. Okay, that's unusual. But she's got a whole story about the gift. She's been waiting for this. Watch how she starts nodding as soon as he starts asking the question. If you can come to your screen, come. Only if you're not driving or on scaffolding or, looking for your ball in the rough, Corey Hopkins. I'm just kidding. It's on the fairway.
Did Julie indicate at a time that she was proud of your brother and wanted to get him a gift?
So a few days after John's passing, my brother, along with other detectives, were starting to, do their investigation and question.
Wait a second. They were starting to do their investigation a couple of days after? He had the case solved within 16 hours. What are you talking about? You're saying a few days after the investigation, a few days after John's passing, they started their investigation? That's hilarious. That's the funniest thing she said so far. Didn't your brother tell you he had it all tightened up? Don't worry, we got the text messages thanks to Emily C. We're going to read them as soon as we're done here with this video.
A few days after John's passing, my brother, along with other detectives, were starting to, do their investigation and question all these people that Julie knew. And I had seen her. She said to me, wow, like your brother's really doing a good job. He's explaining the process. He's patient. He's making everyone feel kind of calm during this kind of crazy situation.
Okay. Okay. What was the date of the interview of Julie and Chris? 'Cause I don't think they had been interviewed yet. I don't think they were interviewed until after Karen's court appearance, which I think was on February 2nd. So, Julie is telling you that he's keeping everybody really calm. I didn't think that Julie had spoken to him or given their statement yet. I could be wrong. Julie knew, and she said he was keeping everybody calm. Huh. That's interesting.
I had seen her. She said to me, wow, like your brother's really doing a good job. He's explaining the process. He's patient. He's making everyone feel kind of calm during this kind of crazy situation.
Yeah, it's so crazy. Julie and Chris were interviewed on February 10th, according to Emily C., who's got a photographic memory. So Julie and Chris had not even been interviewed yet when she offered to get him a thank you gift. So what do you mean he's keeping everybody calm? According to who? Who's talking about it? Did Brian Albert need to be calmed down? Did Jennifer McCabe need to be calmed down? Jennifer McCabe is the one who's the most calm in all situations, right? That's what Matt McCabe testified to. She's the one you want around when things are crazy because she keeps everyone calm. She sure does. I mean, imagine finding your dear friend of a decade dead or dying on the lawn of your sister, and your 911 call sounds a little something like this. There's the man passed out in the snow. There's the guy unresponsive in the snow. Come quick. I don't know. I think he's dead. I think he's dead. I think he's gone. Your dear friend of 10 years. And he's just a guy, a man passed out in the snow. Okay, cool. She doesn't need calming down. So who is he calming down? Colin, the one with the anxiety? No, because he didn't even talk to him.
I'm really proud of his, I'm really proud of him. I want to do something nice for him because I'm just really proud of him. And that's just kind of who Julie is. So I had said to Michael, I sent it through a text. Hey, I saw Julie. She's really proud. She wants to get you a gift. And it was because.
Why would Julie Albert be proud of Michael Proctor if they didn't even have a relationship? If they saw each other every now and again at a kid's birthday party, why would she be proud of Michael Proctor? How proud are you feeling now? Well done, Solo Duff. Thank you for that one. How proud are you feeling now, folks? How proud are you feeling now? And listen to this. Listen to this. He was gone for 3 days. This is the best part of this interview and the worst part for them. Julie, that's kind of who Julie is. We know Julie brings donuts and boxes of Joe on the birthdays and stuff. And she's a really kind, giving person. She's just really proud of Michael Proctor for what? For what? For keeping my kid out of it? I don't know. Your little buddy, for keeping your little buddy out of it? It's suspicious and it doesn't make sense. And anybody who has any common sense is scratching their head going, why? Why? Why are these people being dragged in 26 months after the murder of John O'Keefe to now give new interviews that are actually recorded by the Massachusetts State Police, specifically and only about Michael Proctor's relationship with Chris and Julie Albert? Huh. I'm just really proud of him, she said. She had this whole entire story prepared. We have to watch Julie after this because I haven't watched it.
Kind of who Julie is. So I had said to Michael, I sent it through a text. Hey, I saw Julie. She's really proud. She wants to get you a gift. And it was because 3 days of being away, like he was gone for 3 days doing this investigative work. I was proud of him. It was like a big thing happening in our town. And I was just said it and like, hey, I'm really proud of you as a sister. You're doing a good job and other people are noticing it. There was never a gift given. There was never anything beyond me saying that as, hey, I'm really proud as your older sister. Like, you're doing this big thing. And his response to me was, don't get me a gift, get Elizabeth a gift. And it was a
Bam. Hold on. She has a whole explanation for why she said that. And she knows this question is coming. She knows they know about these texts now because Michael Proctor was shown them in February at his grand jury testimony. And he must have been like, holy shit, how did they get these texts from me? Perry, coming in with some pearls of wisdom, says, pride goeth before destruction and a haughty spirit before a fall. The text never mentioned how proud they were. How do we know? Oh, no, I don't think I have that one. I have Michael and Courtney's text, which we're going to look at yet. But I remember, it doesn't say, tell your brother. It just said, tell your brother when all this is over, I want to get him a thank you gift. Never said anything about, I'm so proud of him. Now she's extrapolating. She's making up a reason for it. Because it was such a crazy thing that was happening in our town. Right. He didn't ask if a gift was given. She's already answering the questions before he's asking them.
sister, like, you're doing this big thing. And his response to me was, don't get me a gift, get Elizabeth a gift. And it was a joke because Elizabeth was home with the two boys. My nephew was 2-year-old and they had a newborn. She was home for 3 days straight while he was gone doing all of his whatever he needed to do. And
she's laughing. She's like talking a lot with her hands. He was gone for 3 days doing whatever it is he needs. Really? He didn't come home for 3 days? Did we know that? Did we know that Michael Proctor did not come home for 3 days? What was he doing for 3 days? Court? What was he doing for 3 days? Doing whatever it is that he needed to do. Making sure he was going to pin it on the girl? Did he not come home for 3 days? This is just a very odd insertion of a sentence. And I think Michael Proctor did eventually testify about this because he was questioned about it. And this was his story too. Oh, I felt bad leaving Elizabeth home with the boys. Okay, she's their mother. It's okay. She's their mother. She can handle it. She can handle a newborn and a 2-year-old. It's okay. We've all done it. She's married to a cop. That's sometimes how it goes. And maybe if she needed some help, she should have called Julie to come over and help her. It was a joke.
don't get me a gift, get Elizabeth a gift. And it was a joke because Elizabeth was home with the two boys. My nephew was 2-year-old and they had a newborn. She was home for 3 days straight while he was gone doing all of his whatever he needed to do. And, you know, he was in the doghouse. So he was like, if anybody deserves an award for anything right now, it's Elizabeth. She's been doing everything by herself with the boys. And
he was in the doghouse. He was in the doghouse for investigating a murder. Well, first of all, he wasn't investigating, so I get it. Did she think he was at the casino or the strip club? He was in the doghouse because he's investigating the murder of Boston police officers. That does not make any sense at all. For 3 days, she had to watch her own children, and her husband, the lead investigator in a murder of a Boston police officer, is in the doghouse? Come on. Come on. She's telling us everything and she doesn't even know it. She thinks this is a great story, but it's not. Listen.
She was home for 3 days straight while he was gone doing all of his whatever he needed to do. And, you know, he was in the doghouse. So he was like, if anybody deserves an award for anything right now, it's Elizabeth. She's been doing everything by herself with the boys. And he kind of said that to me more as like a joke. If you don't get me a gift, get Elizabeth one. She's stuck home with the boys. And that was really the extent of that conversation around a gift.
Okay. But there was never a gift given.
Correct. There was never a gift.
Okay. And Julie knew John O'Keefe reasonably well. Is that a fair statement? My understanding, because they lived on the same street on Meadows Ave for several years. Did they live right next to each other? Or?
There's like one or two houses in between them.
Oh, okay. But regardless, they knew each other fairly well. So,
Yeah.
and this was obviously, as you say, a huge story in Canton.
Yeah.
Right. It's become a big story everywhere, it seems, but it was a big story in Canton, at least from the outset. And so it would
much
be
bigger story now.
natural for Julie, who knows the deceased and who also knows through you, one of the primary investigators on the case, to ask questions about the investigation. Did she ask a lot of questions?
She never asked me, and I never.
And again, she's already shaking her head no before the question is even over. And this is one question that she really over-explains. Did she ever ask you any questions about the investigation? You know, she must have been tempted to, because, you know, he's your brother-in-law and he's a lead investigator. And so, you know, it's a very big deal in town. And so, like, she must have asked you questions to ask him questions about what's going on with the investigation. Did Julie and Chris Albert go to John's funeral if they were such good friends and neighbors? Like, she's literally taking care of her own 2 children for 3 days and she deserves some kind of an award? Emily said maybe if Michael got his wife a gift every once in a while, he wouldn't be in the doghouse. Look how she starts shaking her head no, because she knows this is coming. And to her, this is the most important question.
One of the primary investigators on the case to ask questions about the investigation. Did she ask a lot of questions?
She never asked me, and I never asked my brother.
She never asked any questions? She
never asked. She never asked. She was respectful to the process, she was respectful to the process and to my brother to not even use me to try to get information. She never asked me. I never asked my brother. I support my brother, but I don't want to know the details of his work. It's just.
But he told you that.
It's not my I don't want it. It's not my business. I don't want to know. And my brother's never given me information that wasn't either being on the news that day or imminent. So we just never talked about it.
That's so crazy, because I'm going to show you some text messages right after this in which they do exactly that. Never, never, never. She said never at least 3 times. She doth protest too much.
So your brother would talk to you about the case, but the information that he gave you, you'd see on the news in short order, or
he never.
His
extent of talking to me about the case was, "Hey, I'm going to be out working, so out late. Could you check on Elizabeth?" Or I would just say, "Hey, how you doing? Do you need anything?" And be like, "Yeah, can you help Elizabeth?" Or I'll take the boys. You know, when he was working hours doing all the investigative work, it was more of, how can I help you? How can I support you? And that was really it.
Okay. So
you got to check in on Elizabeth. Does Elizabeth have a hard time taking care of children? I mean, I feel like he's in the doghouse because he's not home enough, and he's a cop.
Because it would be human nature to, when, you know, and you're kind of sitting in the middle here, and it's a tough situation.
Yeah.
Because if your brother's on one side doing the investigation, and someone who, you know,
lost a friend,
and who you have, you know, somewhat of a reasonably close relationship with, you know.
So Julie and John were friends, you just said. She lost a friend? Okay, cool.
People want answers.
Yeah.
And so you're the conduit to get those answers, you know, for people. So it kind of puts you in a not a great position, you know, in my view. And so I think only, you know, human nature would you know, take over in some ways.
Yeah.
Be take a very disciplined person not to ask really any questions regarding, you know, the case.
Yeah. And I respect them both. I respect my brother and what he needed to do for his job to not go there. And Julie, she respected me enough to not even ask. And we all wanted the process to go as it needed to go, to get to find the answer, to find the justice, to find whoever did it for that family. And however it needed to go, that wasn't like, we needed to just let the state police handle it. And even though,
I'm sorry. He figured it out on the first day. What are you talking about? You're acting like they had to find out who did it. He knew who did it day one. That's why he went and had her car towed without a warrant. I don't remember if they had a warrant. He called Dighton for backup at 2 p.m. and he went to seize her car without even ever seeing the condition of the taillight. Never took a picture of it either. That's how badly he sucks as a detective. Because if that taillight was smashed out, he or Yuri would have taken a picture of it. And also, some video has come out recently that it looks like whoever was driving the car, like the tow truck driver, took pictures of the front and back of that car. Where are those pictures? She's acting like, it was like we just needed to let them do their job and figure out who did it.
did me enough to not even ask. And we all wanted the process to go as it needed to go, to find the answer, to find the justice, to find whoever did it for that family. And however it needed to go, that wasn't like, we needed to just let the state police handle it. And even though it would have been easy, like you said, oh, you're his sister, see what you can find out. She never asked me. And even if she did, I would never ask my brother, but she didn't ask me and I didn't ask my brother because quite frankly, I didn't want to know and he would never tell me. So we just didn't talk about it.
Your text messages say otherwise.
County Barrios,
Yes, sir.
do you have anything further?
No, I do not. Actually, what I will ask you is, besides Jill, did you talk about the case with anyone?
My husband, like I talked about what then proceeded to happen in social media afterwards with my family. And then that's what I would talk about more. Honestly, I think right afterwards, the investigation happened, the charges were made, and then it was like quiet. And then only until last April, when all this other stuff happened, is when everyone's life got turned upside down. And
Last April of 2023. What happened in April of 2023, my friends? Enter Turtle Boy. Turtle Boy published his first article, and then after that, we talked about it all the time because we were being harassed, and all this other stuff went down. That's exactly what she's talking about. Everything was fine. Everything was fine until April of 2023. They all know that date too. So from January 29th, or from the date of Karen's arrest, February 1st or 2nd, 2022, up until April of 2023, everything was going great for you guys, right? And that's really funny that you say that, because the FBI went to visit Jennifer McCabe before Aidan Carney ever started talking about this case. So do you really mean like April when the FBI started poking around? Is that what you really mean? Or are you trying to turn it around to Turtle Boy? Oh, freeze game on point. It was quiet. It was quiet all the way up until April.
happened, the charges were made, and then it was like quiet. And then only until last April, when all this other stuff happened, is when everyone's life got turned upside down. And then we talked more about that stuff, this, what I personally call the social media trial that's been going on out there. Then I talk about that because it dovetails into my kids' pictures being put out there. Yeah. It dovetails into the
harassment.
The harassment and the threats that my nephews have been given.
That's horrible.
But that's what we've talked about, because those are real life, imminent threats to my, like, I have people banging on my door right now because they know my parents are now living with me. And, that's what we've been talking about.
Wait, there's people banging on her door because her parents lived with her? This is in March of 2024. Okay, first of all, she's saying that Michael Proctor's 2 little kids are being threatened. What? Is there any police reports about that? People are banging on your door. That's outrageous. That should never happen. But this is the first I'm hearing of this. Real life imminent threats to you. Real life imminent. Was it reporters that were banging on your door? Now she wants to change the whole topic to the harassment.
The harassment and the threats that my nephews have been given. But that's what we've talked about, because those are real life imminent.
Wait, somebody says she's talking about Colin. Colin is not her nephew. Colin is her nanny's son. Her nephews are Michael's kids.
Threats to I have people banging on my door right now because they know my parents are now living with me, and
imminent threat.
That's what we've been talking about. That's really the extent of it.
Okay, thank you.
And in terms of, obviously, a lot has been going on with this case.
Mm-hmm.
Has anyone come to, and in open court, they're discussing your brother's, alleged or relationship with Julie and Chris Albert? Are you
Yes.
aware of that?
Yes.
Has anyone ever come to you to ask you, and by your account, you are the person who is the commonality between those two groups of people, your brother on one side and Julie and Chris Albert on the other. Has anyone ever come to you in the fashion that we have and tried to ask you questions that might clarify the relationship that's being discussed?
Yeah. So,
she was waiting for this question too. Not on the witness list says, wait, aren't Michael's kids so small Lisa needed a gift for being left alone with them? Right. So if in 2022 they were a newborn and 2, this is over 2 years later, they'd be 2 and 4. And they're getting threatened? The question is, did anybody ever try and come and talk to you about your brother's relationship with Julie and Chris Albert? And I think he's referring to like private investigator for the defense. They're allowed to go knock on her door, believe it or not, and try and get a statement from her. That's what private investigators do. Every good defense firm has a PI on retainer. Maybe he's referring to reporters. Has anyone ever come to you to clarify the relationship between your brother and Julie Albert and Chris Albert? Oh, another great freeze frame.
The relationship that's being discussed?
Yeah. So, shockingly, no. My husband and I, early on, to protect our own children, we shut down all social. We said we cannot put our kids in this crossfire. It really wasn't up until last week that my husband was home, working from home. His doorbell rang. A guy was at the door waving a badge that said, "I'm from the Boston Globe," and started asking questions about, does Michael Proctor live here? What do you know about the O'Keefe murder? And started asking questions.
Okay. 1 week before this, which would have meant March 17th-ish, St. Patrick's Day. St. Patrick's Day, the Boston Globe is knocking on your door and waving around a badge, like a media badge. That's the first time ever. Josie Lou pointing out for us that on April 12th of 2023, which was 6 days before Aiden ever reported on this case, WCVB reported on the 22740 Hosslong to Die in Cold Google search made by Jen McCabe's phone or a poltergeist. Thank you. Thanks, Josie.
My husband's like, "I'm not answering anything. Please get off my property and close the door." In my gut, I don't believe that was a Boston Globe reporter.
He had a badge?
My husband said he waved a badge really quickly, but my husband didn't say, "Hey, can I see that?" And I was like, you should have asked and took a picture of it.
Was it actually like a police badge, like a metal badge?
No,
or was it like a media
thing. Yeah, it was more like a media thing, which being skeptical about everything going on and things like that, that's like the only thing that's ever come kind of onto our house, like onto someone coming to our property. So I don't know if that really was a Boston Globe reporter. I don't know if it was someone else, but that's really the only thing that we've had.
Aside from,
Why didn't you call Chris? He would have had him charged with witness intimidation. I mean, he was on the Canton Select Board at that time. The Canton Select Board is the boss of the Canton PD, right? Was the Boston Globe reporter charged with witness intimidation? Did you have ring camera footage of it? Thanks, Marie. Because I was going to ask the same question.
from this apparent member of the media, no law enforcement, be it federal law enforcement, state law enforcement, or local law enforcement, has come to you to ask these questions?
No, nobody.
No member of the defense team?
Nope.
Be it an attorney or an investigator from the defense team?
Nope, nobody has come.
No one's come. And that includes people that you told to, that you weren't going to submit to an interview, that you told to go away. No one has come to you at all.
No, nobody's come to me.
Response.
This is the first time anyone's ever asked me questions.
So where's the harassment against you? You shut down all your social media. That's the first time anybody ever knocked on your door. So I'm confused.
Okay. And are you aware of anyone trying to ask these questions to
other people?
To other people, Julie, Chris?
Well, I know, well, I don't even know if they were brought into the FBI grand jury, to be honest. No, Colin was. So Julie and Chris, from my understanding, were not brought in by the FBI. Colin was. And I don't believe Julie and Chris have had anyone else. I mean, I know they were recently brought in by you guys.
Oh, really?
Potentially.
Wait, you know that they've already given interviews to Captain Benson and Stabler here, but so did you discuss their interviews with them? Did you talk about what they asked, what they were asked, and the sum and substance of these conversations? So you already knew that they were called in? Does he even ask her that? Huh. You know that your little buddy Colin testified in front of the federal grand jury, huh? What were the conversations you had about that?
Prosecution is anyone else. I mean, I know they were recently brought in by you guys. Potentially the prosecution is like the DA's office has talked to them, but
you're not aware of it.
No.
Okay.
I take the stance of at least I know the better in this, because this is already a fiasco. I don't want to insert myself in this.
Okay. She did the wipe on, wipe off motion when she said fiasco. It's a fiasco already. It's already a fiasco.
Well, we appreciate your time in coming down. I must say that recovering any of these group text messages that you might be a part of, I view as being extremely important, because if there's talk about text messages being out there, until we find out what they are, it leaves it up open to speculation. And it can be anything at all, right?
Yeah.
If you don't know what they are, then they can be anything that anyone says that they are.
Yeah.
So
honestly, if there was, it would be in the context of how I described a group text laughing about my son getting in trouble at preschool, because Julie would update us. She would sometimes send a text to me, my mom, and my dad and say, I just picked up. I chuckle because if you met him, this would not be funny, but I chuckle because he got walked out of preschool by the principal. He got in trouble. Pupper and BB, who that's what we call my parents. What are we going to do with this guy? Like, in that kind of joking way. It is very possible I sent a group text back, because my brother would absolutely love to hear that, saying, oh my God, Michael, like Julie said this. Like, that is absolutely possible. I'd have to go back and actually find in my iCloud that group text, if there was one sent. That is the context of how any group text would have been sent that included my brother and Julie.
Oh, wait a second. So you're saying that Julie's also really good friends with your parents, Michael Proctor's parents? So Julie's also really good friends with, to the point where she's texting, I forget what she said they call them, the grandma and grandpa, but Julie texts with Michael Proctor's parents on the regular too. Got it. Now I can see why she's calling the Alberts her second family. Yeah. You want to hear that again? I do. Yeah, that would be the only time, you know, my 3-year-old got sent to the principal. And now the grandparents are on the text message too. Pupper and BB. Julie's tight with Michael Proctor's parents too.
Julie would update us. She was in trouble at preschool because Julie would update us. She would sometimes send a text to me, my mom, and my dad and say, I just picked up. He got, I chuckle because if you met him, this would not be funny, but I chuckle because he got walked out of preschool by the principal. He got in trouble. Pupper and BB, who that's what we call my parents. What are we going to do with this guy? Like in that kind of joking way. It is very possible I sent a group text back because my brother would absolutely love to hear that, saying, oh my God, Michael, like Julie said this. Like that is absolutely possible. I'd have to go back and actually find in my iCloud that group text if there was one sent. That is the context of how any group text would have been sent that included my brother and Julie.
If you can do that, that would be extremely important. Okay. And your best ballpark estimate of when that would have happened, given your son's age.
So my son went to St. John's when he was 3 and 4. So he would have been, oh my God. So he was at St. John's in 2019 and 2020.
So you believe if there's anything to that potential memory that you have.
Yeah, it would have been the years of St. John's.
In that time frame, 19 and 20.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you have anything else that you wanted us to ask, that you're that you thought we would ask? You have anything that you want to add?
No, I think the one thing you did ask me, because you did really hit it on the head. I'm in the middle, and Julie, who's someone I'm close with and watched my kids, friend died, and my brother was lead investigator. Obviously, why wouldn't people want to ask me, hey, like, what is Michael saying? And if you didn't ask me, I wanted to make it explicitly clear that I respect my brother and his profession and his role in this too much to even go there. And Julie respects me as much as her friend to not even go there either. And we just never talked about it. It was more about, hey, especially with this past year, how are your parents doing? My parents are 72. And is your mom okay? And it would really just be in the context of how can we help you guys kind of get through this? And that was really what Julie and I have talked to last year. And with my brother, it's honestly.
How can we help you guys get through? Wait a second. Hold on. Hold all the phones. Hold all the phones. You're trying to help Julie Albert get through what? Get through the death of her good friend, John O'Keefe? She really thinks the whole purpose of this interview is for her to defend the fact that her brother has never spoken about the investigation to her. To her, that is the most important part. Because at the end, she's just adding this. There's no question on the table. It's like, anything else you want us to know? Yeah, I just want you to know my brother would never, ever, 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 ever talk to me. I'm in the middle, I'm in the middle here. Julie's over here. She's like my babysitter. She was your nanny for 9 years, okay? And my brother's over here. Never the twain shall meet. He would never, ever, 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 ever discuss that with anyone. And he's got a lot of integrity, great investigator, but I'm just like trying to help Julie get through this. Hold on. It would really just be in the context of how can we help you guys kind of get through this? And that was really what Julie and I have talked about. You're trying to help Julie and Chris get through what? The death of their dear friend, John O'Keefe, the guy they called Nebercracker. The guy they would send pictures to when he was on vacation of them on his lawn because they knew he hated people on his lawn and giving him like the middle finger or something. How are you trying to help them get through this? Keep Colin safe or the death of their dear friend? Listen.
Hey, like, what is Michael saying?
What?
And And if you didn't ask me, I wanted to make it explicitly clear that I respect my brother and his profession and his role in this too much to even go there. And Julie respects me as much as her friend to not even go there either. And we just never talked about it. It was more about, hey, especially with this past year, how are your parents doing? My parents are 72, and is your mom okay? And it would really just be in the context of how can we help you guys kind of get through this? And that was really what Julie and I have talked to the last year. And with my brother, it's honestly, hey, Mike, I know you're going through a lot. And
or Julie's trying to help your parents get through this and the Turtle Boy stuff. But I don't remember him ever mentioning Michael Proctor's parents.
And
I don't know.
If you want to come over for a beer and sit down with Andres and I, come. We don't talk about anything. He brings his 2 Goldens. I have a Golden.
Andres, it's always about the dogs. It's always about the dogs. And beers.
Mike, I know you're going through a lot. And if you want to come over for a beer and sit down with Andres and I, come. We don't talk about anything. He brings his 2 Goldens. I have a Golden, and we sit there and we play with our dogs. And that's the role I've played for my brother through all this, is someone that's not going to complicate his life beyond his current world with his profession. And he's got 2 young boys and everything else going on. And I just want you guys to know that my concern is just my brother's well-being and supporting him as my brother. And him as a detective is a whole other world that he leads. And I call it his corporate side. I have my corporate side, and we're just brother and sister. So I don't touch that. And I respect him too much to even want to know, to be honest. So I'm glad you asked that.
Okay. Nothing further.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
If there's nothing further, we'll conclude the interview. The time now is 5:52 p.m. Monday, March 25th, 2024.
Wow. Wow. Okay. All right. Hold on. Wait. Stop. Whoop. Because we've got the text messages. Let's go to the chat for a minute first. She told us a lot, don't you think? A lot of stuff we didn't know. Thank you, Paisley Chicken, for waiting for me to go through this with you. Says, I love your stop and analyze. Explain style, speeding up to catch up. Thanks for your 5 from earlier in the stream. JP said, honestly, I would feel for these people, but they framed an innocent woman for murder. I think I pulled that up earlier. There you go. 5-star weekend on Peacock. A must-see, says Jersey to Georgia. Okay. All right. I'll take a look. Is it a series? Thanks for being here for 14 months. I was in the market for something else to watch because I watch Outlander every night, and sometimes it's disturbing. Rhonda says, not close, but wanted to buy him a gift. Right. Thanks for being here for 6 months. Melanie Schuyler says, I'm here for Melanie's snark and spice. I love being a cupcake. Thanks for standing up for the truth and exposing the lies. Thank you. Christine Mitchell says, have you noticed how they all talk above the questioner? Yeah, and they're starting to answer questions before they're even asked, because it seems like it was prepared. Thanks, Christine. Maureen, thank you for tuning in. And she says, get your mammogram. Breast cancer is not fun. Oh, I'm so sorry. But I hope that you're doing okay, if that's what you meant. Thanks for being here for 13 months. Donna B, welcome. It's a new series with Jennifer Garner. Oh, I love Jennifer Garner. Okay, thank you. I'm the problem. It's me. Says, the longer he speaks, looks like she's ready. Yeah, she does. She's ready for these questions. She's got her answers prepared. It seems like to me. Thank you. JP says, if Proctor was on the text thread with Julie, why would he have to ask his sister for her phone number? Exactly. Animal Lover Fest says, we do Julie's after this one. Let's see how long it is. Animal Love Fest, love you with all my heart. So happy to be here. Thank you for your 5. JP says, well, I only have a master's in legal studies. Let's not forget all these interviews occurred after the FBI dumped their investigation to the parties. That's right. You are correct. Movo says, Melanie, I'd love to watch Julie's interview. Thanks for all your analysis. All right. Thanks. Thank you for your 10. JP says, these interviews make me think the Attorney General was actually investigating this murder. Yeah, except for this is the MSP doing the investigation. This is not the FBI. It's the MSP. Maybe. Indie Girl says, I love you with all my heart. Thanks for your insights. Thanks for 25 months. You're an OG, girl. Charles says, even I know, if you say policeman down, they will send the whole state to the scene. Yeah. Officer down. Yeah. She did at one point say it, but it wasn't with much urgency. I think eventually she did say it's John O'Keefe. He's a Boston police officer on the 911 call. Overruled. Sit down. What was he doing for 3 days? Drinking on the Cape with Kevin Albert? I don't know. Dude, where's my gun? Have you seen my badge? I don't know. I can't find it. Mima says, Lizzie wants to be a cop spouse, but she can't handle the reality for some spouses. Yeah, it's not easy. I would imagine it is not easy at all. Lois Gee says, lies. Yeah. Her brother told her everything she needed to ask. Thanks for being here for 15 months. Wisconsin says, did you see Courtney curl her lip up on one side when they asked her to check her phone? And she was swaying in the chair. Yeah, a lot of body language. It was very interesting. Thanks for your 5. GRB Chaser, the pause before harassment shows that her mind is trying to not lie. Thank you, Cardio Casey. This is Bat Crap Crazy. JP coming in with another hot 5. As a kid, my next door neighbor was the biggest a-hole. If I ran across my lawn going to my friend's house 3 doors down, he would yell. Andrea is up late in Ireland. Slancha, she's in eating disorder recovery. Congratulations, Andrea. I'm really happy to hear it. Thanks for being here for 23 months. It's a struggle. Emily says you could always do Michael Proctor's next because it's only 7 minutes. Thanks, Emily, for your 10. Let's take a look at the text messages, courtesy of our girl, Emily C., because they're right here. Text messages between Michael Proctor and Courtney Proctor. This is on January 29th of 2022. Courtney Proctor says, wait, is this the first one? Hold on. I think it's the first one. Okay, well, here is the first one. January 29th, 2022, between Michael and Courtney. Michael says, what's up? Courtney says, what? Why? Proctor says, just found a frozen to death on a front lawn in Canton. Actually, just interviewed Jen McCabe. She said she knows you. Well, that's interesting. He interviews Jennifer McCabe and she brings up I know your sister Courtney. Courtney says, cut the shit. And then she says, yeah, she knows Jack very well. She's really good friends with Julie. Her sister is married to Brian Albert. You still working? Proctor says, yeah, going to be out for a while. Homicide. And then she says, all right, where's the next one? Hold on, I got to get them in the right order. Okay. She says, the Canton thing is a homicide. And he says, don't say a word to anyone. She says, of course not. He says, at the very least, it's suspicious. She says, this is your livelihood. I would never mess with that. And then at 3:07, Proctor says, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them. He's telling her everything about the investigation. Didn't we just hear her say during that interview that he never talked to her about anything involving his investigation and she would never ask? February 1st, 5:57 p.m. That's the 10th. Okay. February 1st, 5:57 p.m. Proctor says, what's up? Courtney says, nothing. I just saw Julie. She said, when all this is over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. There it is. I think that was the day of Karen Reed's arrest, right? That's when it was reported that she was arrested because I think she appeared in court on the 2nd, right? Get Elizabeth one. Courtney says, because I guess her and Chris were friends with John and she's so proud of you for leading this. Oh, she does say proud. I forgot about that part. She's so proud of you for leading this. Her and Chris were friends with John. Did they go to John's funeral or wake or anything? Courtney says, Elizabeth. Michael says, she's been stuck with the kids the last 10 nights. Oh, now it's 10 nights on February 1st. He worked 10 nights in a row? John O'Keefe's murder. Well, you responded on the 29th. That would have only been 3, but he says 10. Unless this is mistranscribed, I'm not sure. And Courtney says, yeah, but she knew what life was like married to a cop. And then on the 10th, Courtney says, how did it go at Julie's? She was so nervous. Proctor says, ha, 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 ha. It was fine, just a quick convo. But again, Julie wanted everyone to think that she would never even ask Michael for any of that information because it would be so highly improper. So highly improper. Hang on, because there's something else I wanted to show you. Couple things. But I just have to pull them up, so give me 1 second. This is from March 17th of 2025. So this is 1 year after Courtney's interview. She gives an interview to WCVB. This is only a short clip of it, but listen to what she says. So this is March 2025. Thanks, Em.
More than 3 years after Trooper Michael Proctor got a call to investigate a body in the snow, his wife Elizabeth and his sister Courtney say they had no idea how much their lives and their families' lives would change, including for their young children.
Okay, so this is Michael Proctor's wife. This is the wife, Elizabeth. They sat down with WCVB in March of 2025.
That's sort of what breaks me, is when I see them playing and so happy, and I'm like, God, they have no idea that their parents' world is crumbling.
Karen Reed's defense has accused Proctor of trying to frame her for the death of John O'Keefe, including by planting pieces of her SUV taillight at the scene.
Is there any doubt in your mind that Michael Proctor might have framed Karen Reed?
No doubt whatsoever in our mind. No doubt whatsoever, and the evidence shows that. The investigation.
She clearly misspoke because he said, "Is there any doubt in your mind that he framed Karen Reed?" And she says, "No doubt in my mind that he framed Karen Reed." She obviously misspoke. I don't think she meant to say that. Listen again.
Is there any doubt in your mind that Michael Proctor might have framed Karen Reed?
No doubt whatsoever in our mind. No doubt whatsoever, and the evidence shows that. The investigations show that.
During Reed's first trial, Proctor did admit to writing insulting text messages about her, including that he hoped she would kill herself.
Because the evidence pointed to this woman killing a fellow Boston police officer. So he was angry. He was upset by that. So I understand the need that he had to vent to friends, whether it was appropriate or not.
Elizabeth and
Oh, that didn't age well. Now that all of his other messages have come out and all of Sean Good's messages have come out, it just wasn't that he had to vent because a Boston police officer was killed and he didn't like Karen Reed because he was an equal opportunity bigot, as Rosemary Scapiccio says. And he hated everyone equally. Blacks, Asians, Jews, women. He was homophobic. All of it. She understood that he had to vent. He was angry because of that. Listen to this. Proctor did admit to wishing she would kill herself.
Because the evidence pointed to this.
Investigations show that.
During Reed's first trial, Proctor did admit to writing insulting text messages about her, including that he hoped she would kill herself.
Because the evidence pointed to this woman killing a fellow Boston police officer. So he was angry. He was upset by that. So I understand the need that he had to vent to friends, whether it was appropriate or not.
Elizabeth and Courtney Proctor say those messages do not just.
How understanding is she now? How understanding do you think she is now that the whole total phone extraction has come out? I don't know the status of their marriage and none of my business. But we did hear from someone, I think in court, that he's living with his sister maybe. So court, living with court.
Whether it was appropriate or not.
Elizabeth and Courtney Proctor say those messages do not justify the harassment they say they've received from Reed's supporters, including rocks thrown in their yards and anonymous voicemails like this.
I'm going to be your kid's new mommy, and I'm taking your kids and I'm taking your dogs.
A blogger named.
Wait, rocks thrown in their lawn? The violin, the tiny violin. They had rocks thrown on their lawn? Remember when I think it was Rita Lombardi was getting bleach balloons thrown on her lawn? Did anybody ever figure that out? What do you mean rocks thrown on your lawn? I'm going to be your kid's new mommy? That's weird. You're saying Karen Reed's supporters are the ones who made these phone calls to you? Do you Did you tape them? Are they on tape?
Reporters, including rocks thrown in their yards and anonymous voicemails like this.
I'm going to be your kid's new mommy, and I'm taking your kids and I'm taking your dogs.
A blogger named Aiden Carney, who goes by the name Turtle Boy, has been charged with witness intimidation in this case, but the Proctors say he's not the only one responsible.
It seems like Karen Reed and Aiden have been conspiring and colluding.
Oh, they're trying to get the conspiracy narrative out there. This was in April of 2025 or March of 2025. I forget what I just said. This is like during trial number 2. Trying to get them on conspiracy charges.
Now, prosecutors have said that Carney and Reed have been communicating, but at this point, she is not charged with witness intimidation. Recently, the prosecutors confirmed that a federal investigation into potential misconduct connected to the Reed case concluded without charging Proctor or anyone else. His family say that the feds checked 5 years worth of personal emails and text messages and found no other problems. Live in Canton, David Bigot, WCVB.
That didn't age well either. Who said the feds checked 5 years? Hold on a second. Hold on. Prosecutors have said that the feds checked 5 years. Well, they didn't go all the way back to 2012 like they have now. Damn, what a gold mine.
With witness intimidation. Recently, the prosecutors confirmed that a federal investigation into potential misconduct connected to the Reed case concluded without charging Proctor or anyone else. His family say that the feds checked 5 years worth of personal emails and text.
How does the family know that the feds had 5 years of his phone? Dumbass.
Messages and found no other problems.
No other problems.
Live in Canton, David Bigot, WCVB News Center.
David Bigot, David Bigot, David Bigot, did you do a follow-up on this? After Proctor's messages came out, did you try and knock on their door again and get another?
More than 3 years.
Another interview. It would be interesting to know. There was one more piece that I wanted to show you. Here it is. This is less than a minute. WCVB. And this was June of 2025. Michael Proctor's apology tour. I think June 18th of 2025. This was the same day as Karen's acquittal. And this they decided to air this 2020 Matt Gutman piece on the exact same day. This interview with Michael Proctor. This is only a short 2-minute clip. Take a listen with Matt Gutman.
At what point did you develop such strong negative feelings about Karen Reed that you would say things like, hopefully she kills herself, or calling her the C word?
Those feelings developed.
Cheesy music.
As the case went on.
I mean, can you see how people might think, he was caught in this instance speaking about a suspect in this way. Maybe it's happened in other cases as well.
Oh, it sure as F did. It sure as F did. Ask Miles King. Ask Rosemary Scapiccio. She's going to burn the whole place down. She's getting everything. She's getting everything. And he's going to, no, never, never, never. I was just upset at her. Never happened before. Never, never, never.
100% understand why people would think that. But when you have, a fellow police officer around my age, 2 kids of his own, it generates an emotion.
Yeah.
And I expressed those emotions in a negative way, which I shouldn't have. I shouldn't even, been texting my friends anything. They are what they are.
They are what they are. They are what they are. It's punch and N-word in Canton day today. Come on down and get your retribution. I feel like I just want to tie a N-word to my bumper and drive him through the streets of Randolph. And many other things that you've heard Michael Proctor say in his text messages way before he ever knew the name Karen Reed.
They don't define me as a person.
Oh, yes, they do.
They're regrettable.
Regrettable. Regrettable. How regrettable are they? Wouldn't change a thing. Wouldn't change a thing, would he? Nope. Are you surprised? Give me a second here. Couple more questions before I move on to the next. Betsy, thank you so very much. XOXO. For your Venmo. Allie doesn't want to stop now. Who wants to stop now? Not me. They're all lying through their teeth, she says. Thank you for your Venmo, Al. Carol says, I'm educating my baby while she's driving 6+ hours. Okay, good. I'm glad. I'll keep it clean. Thank you, Carol, for your Venmo. Lynn said, thanks for explaining what really happened. Lynn, everyone said we were crazy. Everyone said we were just making stuff up. And the pieces are starting to fall together and the house of cards is crumbling. And thank you, Anne. I thanked you earlier, I believe. She said a surprise live pop in. You made my day of cleaning so much better. Thank you, Mrs. Goodman. Thank you very much. Lorna from Scotland. Thank you for 3 matcha lattes. Oh, she says, my mom passed 3 weeks ago. You keep my mind occupied and remind me there's goodness in the world, not just sadness. I'm so sorry for your loss. The only thing I can think to say is that heaven just got a whole lot more awesome. I'm really sorry, Lorna. And Gigi, thanks for your cash out from Layton. I got you earlier on that. Love you. Hi, Mama G. Thank you, Mrs. Goodman. Again, that was from D. And oh, you sent one from you and then one from your husband? Thank you so very much. All right, let's move on to the next one. I believe that Turtle Boy is back from vacation, right? So he's got I think he has, is he doing his show tonight at 9? GRB Chaser says, wow, it's almost like she stays out of his business. Yeah, I love that, right? Kyle says, okay, Courtney, no doubt in our minds either. Teresa just says, thanks, Melanie. Thank you for your time. At 4 Dread says, yeah, kind of like the rock that was thrown on the lawn and painted at 34 Fairview right before the jury. Right before the jury view. Yep. Right. The painted rock that said Albert on it. Looked like it had a blood stain on it or something, but nobody ever really investigated that, did they? No. I'm the problem. It's me. Thank you for your super sticker. And Gunny Carrie Ann says, thank you so much. Always Melanie. Thank you so much. All right, let us go to, and I forgot to shout out. Okay. So the reason that we have these downloaded onto the YouTubes is because while we all got this FOIA dump into but through some weird, server that we had to download onto your computers, and I didn't want to do any of that stuff. So this is courtesy of the Trial Files, which is the second channel of the Trial channel. So please go and subscribe to Trial Files, where you can find all of these videos that she has so kindly downloaded for us. Now, let's see. It is 7:38. Let's do Chris Albert because his is an hour. And then that way we can finish before Turtle Boy goes on because he's been on vacation all week. I'll try not to interrupt it too much because Julie Alberts is 3 interviews and it's like an hour and 45 minutes or something. Okay. So here you go. Here's Trial Files. I'll show you what the channel looks like. Here it is right down here. Trial Files. See? Get on over there. Hit the thumbs up. Give a like and a sub. Okay. And Chris Albert's interview was the 19th, March 19th of 2024. Remember, he's the dad of Colin, husband of Julie. And did somebody put in the chat that Nurse Kim got engaged? What? Is that real? Or are you guys trying to fool me? Remember, on March 19th of 2024, Chris Albert was already a town selectman for the town board of Canton. He also is the owner of a D&E Pizza. Also, there had been an investigation into the Little Rubber Ducks by Rich Schiffer, I believe. I believe that had already happened. And the whole sole purpose of calling these people in to interview them by the Massachusetts State Police Captain Benson and the other guy, Berrios. It's real. Congratulations to Nurse Kim. Congratulations. I'm so happy for her. To the guy, Montante, that's been on her show a lot. Oh, I'm so happy for her. That's amazing. Oh, good. I'll have to reach out. Hope I get invited to the wedding. That's very, 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 very happy. I'm really happy for her. That's amazing. Listen, you never know what's going on in someone else's marriage. So, I don't want to hear oh, that's so soon. She just got divorced. Who knows? Who knows? Her marriage could have been dead for 10 years. I don't know. It's not up to me to judge. I'm happy for my friends when my friends are happy. I'm happy for Kim. I don't want to hear anything else. about it. Okay. I love it. I love it. He's no longer a selectman because his term was up and he did not run again. He did not run. Is she glowing? Oh, I'm so happy. I'm going to have to, I don't care about her just announcing her divorce. Her marriage could have been dead for 10 years. None of our business. Again, I don't judge. I'm not a judger. I don't judge. I don't judge. If you want to judge, go do your judging somewhere else. Not happening on my watch. Yacht today, Satan. Yacht today. When my friends are happy, I'm happy for my friends. Okay. And I love that for her. Okay. Let's move on. Here's Chris Albert. He's showing up to give his interview about his relationship with Michael Proctor after the explosive federal grand jury, exposed Michael Proctor's text messages about the gift. Oh, and her ring is beautiful. I can't wait to go look. It's very exciting. Bethany Frankel's divorce took 10 years, by the way. I love Bethany Frankel. She's the queen of chicken salad reviews. Okay, here we go. Let's start with Chris Albert. Otherwise, we're never, ever, ever going to finish. Let's go.
Okay, the body cameras are on, and we're recording. Today is Tuesday, March 19th, 2024. The time is 4:44 p.m. We are inside a conference room located within the Disabled Persons Protection Commission, located on the 4th floor of 300 Granite Street in Braintree. I am Detective Captain Eric Benson with the Massachusetts State Police. I'm joined today by
Captain George Perios, Mass State Police.
And we're conducting an audio and video recorded interview with, could you please say your name, sir?
Yep, it's Christopher Michael Albert.
What gives that middle name?
And your date of birth, sir?
I feel like he needs more of a close-up. Hold on while I focus on him.
And your address?
Somebody once said he looks like Caillou, and I can't unsee it.
And what's a good phone number for you? Okay, just today's date again is March 19th.
My Kimmy, my little Kimmy, found some happiness. I'm so happy for her.
Okay. And just to, do you have any alternative phone numbers before we get going?
No, that would be the only one.
That's the only one. Okay. Just to rewind a little bit, for the benefit of the record, how we came to be here. Just going to rewind and sort of go to a hit list of our interactions prior to today.
Sure.
Yesterday, March 18th, 2024, I gave your cell phone a call at about 12:51 p.m. and left you a voicemail. Is that correct?
Correct.
Asking you to give me a call back, that I was asked to look into something, and was looking to talk to you. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct. Yep.
Okay.
I actually didn't notice it for a little while after, but I saw the voicemail and.
Sure.
Yep.
Never a good idea to answer calls from numbers you don't know. So you didn't answer that call.
Yeah, and I had to call my brother Bri to find out why the hell you would be calling me. Because, I go to him for everything.
Some time went by, and you called me back around 2:24 p.m. yesterday, after I had spoken to your wife, Julie, and you just had a couple questions regarding sort of what we were looking to do, the scope of our investigation, inquiry, et cetera. Is that
correct? That's
and you had asked sort of what the what the purpose was, who was asking us to do this, et cetera, whether it was for an internal affairs investigation or some other purpose. And I explained that the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office had asked us to investigate some relationships that have been the true nature of which are somewhat in dispute, I suppose.
Okay, we're getting more information now. The Norfolk District Attorney's Office is the one who spawned these interviews Was it Adam Lally? I can bet you it probably wasn't Marcy, because Marcy, these are like, you know, his friends. Adam Lally must have been like, I need to know more. I need to know what the relationship is between these people and Proctor so I can't get blindsided at trial. Also, want to point out to you how much, don't accuse people of drugs. That can get me banned, and I'm not having my channel stricken because you guys can't not put drug names in the chat. Please don't do that. I just lost my train of thought. How helpful these interviews are going to be in Karen Reed's civil cases. Okay. Very helpful.
And these relationships are between witnesses in the John O'Keefe homicide investigation and the case officer, the state police case officer of the investigation, Trooper Michael Proctor. Is that?
Yeah, it's a fair assessment of it. Yep.
And I indicated that although we're not internal affairs, that this is not we wanted to do a formal interview. That this was not for internal affairs, but obviously anything that is said could be shared with internal affairs if that was.
Good, perfect. I haven't watched this yet. So yeah, this is not an internal affairs interview, but anything said here can be used when eventually they do start investigating Michael Proctor internally.
Was requested.
Sure.
Is that?
Yeah, that's
fair and accurate. And then during that same conversation, I believe that we tentatively agreed to meet sometime today. I think you were working yesterday.
Yeah, I was working all day yesterday.
And so you couldn't come in yesterday. We agreed to meet somewhere in the greater Canton area yesterday. I think I proposed Milton Police Department initially.
Yep.
Couldn't possibly get away from my grinder shop, from my pizzeria to come in and interview with the police.
So we ended that call after agreeing to meet sometime around 5 p.m. today for an interview. I called you back at about 3 p.m. and confirmed that we could meet today at 5, but changed the interview location to this location.
Correct.
Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. And then I followed up at 3:02 with a text message of this address.
Of the address, yeah, correct.
Okay, and then just today we exchanged a couple of texts. You had asked to move the meeting up or the interview up a little bit to accommodate your schedule, and so we bumped it up a little bit to 4:30.
Correct. Yeah. I wasn't sure how long I was going to take, and I didn't know if I didn't want to be too pressed for time.
Sure. All right. Perfect. And is that a sort of a fair and accurate assessment of sort of our interaction leading up to this interview?
I'd say it's exactly how. Yep.
Okay. And just for the record, do you know me? Have we ever met?
I've never met you. No, I've never seen you before. No.
Okay. And I don't recall ever having met you.
Yeah.
Either. Have you ever met Captain Barrios?
I don't believe so. Nope. I don't think so.
Okay. And Captain Barrios, you don't?
No, this is the first time that I'm meeting Mr. Albert.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So maybe in this case, they really did need formal introductions, unlike when Michael Proctor took their statement.
So before we get to the questions, well, I guess, you arrived today, you came up the elevator and you waited in the state police lobby here. We came to get you, introduced ourselves, brought you into this room, asked you if you had any questions before we started the interview. Was that?
Yeah, correct. Exactly. No questions.
Do you have any now?
No, not really. No, I'm here to answer whatever kind of questions you guys need me to answer. And
okay.
Go from there.
Well, if that's the case, we'll just get right into it here.
Sure.
Do you know Trooper Michael Proctor or any of his family members?
Yes, I know Trooper Michael Proctor, yep.
Okay. And do you know his wife, Elizabeth?
Yes. I mean, loosely I know her. I mean, I know Elizabeth's married to Michael Proctor. I didn't know her, until, maybe the last 6-7 years. I don't know the exact, how long it is, but yeah.
Okay.
Nobody asked you how long you know her. Do you know her? Right away, without hesitation. Yes, I know Michael Proctor. Yes. How did this case ever get through 2 trials?
And do you know his sister?
Courtney? I do. I know Courtney. Yep.
Okay. How long have you known, who did you meet first of that group of?
Courtney, for sure. Yeah, okay. Courtney. Yep.
How long have you known Courtney?
Gosh. So, let me see. I would say I've known Courtney for at least 20 plus years. I mean, we grew up in the same town, but I'm a lot older than she is, so our paths never crossed when we were younger, at least.
Okay.
I'd say roughly 20 plus years.
All right. You're a lot older. Paths didn't cross. Obviously, for age means a lot more when you're younger.
Sure. Yeah.
And so.
I meant like school age and stuff,
And how did you meet her?
So I guess I would think that I met her because of my sister-in-law, Jillian. Jillian Daniels is like best friends with Courtney since they were little. So I'm assuming at some point in our lives, I met her through Jillian, through my wife, who's Julie, who's Jillian's sister. I couldn't really pinpoint exactly when I first met Courtney, but I've known her ever since I guess my kids were little. Yeah.
Okay. So you've known Courtney since your kids were little, and how old are your kids?
So my oldest is 25, my middle one's 20, he just turned 20, and my youngest is 16.
Little Colin. No, the youngest is 16. Colin would have been the 20-year-old at this point.
Okay. And how long have you known Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor?
So if I was to put a number on it, I've probably known Trooper Proctor for, I guess, I know who he is, but as far as like knowing him, probably I've known who he was for maybe 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
If I was to put a number on it.
Wow.
Okay. And how did that knowledge of him come about?
From Courtney, I suppose. Just knowing that she had a brother named Michael. That's probably when I figured out that I knew who Michael Proctor, even though he's from Canton, once again, he's a lot younger than me. So I never knew him growing up because, age, I'm almost 53 and I don't even know how old Michael is. He's in his 40s, I assume. Okay. But, so I'm assuming like when, Courtney was close with my kids growing up, well, kind of closer to some of my kids. So I'm assuming at some point she'll I have a brother Michael or something. I didn't really know Michael at all.
Okay. And what about Michael's wife, Elizabeth?
So like I said earlier, like I probably just met her through Courtney at sometime somewhere. I don't even know exactly when. I probably met Elizabeth for the first time within the last 6 or 7 years, if I was to guess. Probably.
So you knew her at the time when John O'Keefe was murdered 2 years prior to this interview, yeah? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it gives a lot of explanations.
At a function at Mike's parents' house.
Okay. And did you attend their wedding?
Oh, so you hang around at Michael Proctor's parents' house then? Yeah? Yeah, well, we knew that already because Courtney told us. But now Chris Albert and Julie Albert are hanging around with Michael Proctor's parents. Come on. Remember how they tried to gaslight us into thinking, oh, it's so ridiculous. It's like, yeah, so what? He was the ring bearer at the wedding. It's like, yeah, my third cousin's brother's nephew's dog's friend. That's how they're related. Does anybody else see a problem with this? Is it just me? Am I overreacting? Would have been at Mike's parents' house. Michael Proctor's parents' house.
6 or 7 years, if I was to guess. Probably at a function at Mike's parents' house.
Okay. And did you attend their wedding?
Their wedding? No, I don't attend their wedding. I don't even know exactly when they got married, to be honest.
Oh, Michael Proctor's wedding.
How often do you communicate with Courtney? Before this all these events, I probably saw her more often and a lot less. I don't communicate with Courtney much. I don't really. Once in a while, like she maybe would send me a funny text or say happy birthday to me, or I would say happy birthday to her, but not very often. I'm not like super close with Courtney. Mm-hmm. My wife's obviously closer with her. And those texts, would they be sort of group texts or would they be?
I don't think so. I think it was just probably me or her. My wife might say like, hey, it's Courtney's birthday. Send her a happy birthday text or something as simple as that. Okay. I couldn't even tell you the last time I've texted Courtney. I wouldn't even.
Okay. But is it safe to say that you have communicated with Courtney by telephone, a text message, voice call?
A call? Probably not. A text, yes. An actual phone call? I don't know if I've ever spoken to Courtney on the phone.
Okay. But
I couldn't say exact. I mean, it's quite possible, but mostly anytime I've ever talked to Courtney, it's through a text message.
And how often would that be?
God. I probably don't even have 10 text messages in the last 20 years from her.
Okay. So you're talking
very rarely, very sporadically.
If once a year, then.
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
Probably a birthday, like my birthday, her birthday. So that'd be once a year.
So would you classify it as rarely, very rarely?
I'd say rarely.
Rarely?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you on social media?
I am, obviously, like once again, because of this whole entire case, I've limited my use on social media. But yeah, I mean, I have a Facebook account. I guess I have a Twitter, which I don't use.
No, isn't he a cowboy guy on Twitter? One of the major trolls on Twitter, one of the people who trolls me endlessly, cowboy fan, something or other. Yeah, I think that's him. So do you have like other Twitters too? And Tammy says, reminding us that Gilday said the same thing. Who cares? Colin was the ring bearer. Who cares? Hey, Judge, you might want to watch. We know that you're on social media, Judge Gilday. Maybe you want to watch these interviews. Are you friends with Courtney on Facebook?
Friends with Courtney on Facebook?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I'm almost 99% sure I am. Whatever that means nowadays.
Right. Do you communicate with Courtney using any sort of encrypted messaging apps?
Never.
Or other like WhatsApp, stuff like that?
I don't even, nope.
Okay.
Never.
How about Trooper Proctor? Do you?
Why would you have such an emphatic never to that question? Do you ever talk to her about any encrypted apps or anything? Never. Like, why would that even be like a bad thing? You just be like, no. Right? Very emphatic about the never. Cowboy fan 105D. Thank you, Deshai.
Communicate. How often do you communicate with him?
Oh God, I probably only talk to Michael Proctor on the telephone. If I was to put a number on it 3 times in my entire life, and all 3 times had to do with setting up an interview to talk to him.
Of course, it's 3 times.
Well, maybe one time was when my son Colin had to have an interview.
All of those communications were in regard to this case.
Correct. I've never spoken to him. Yeah.
To the death of John O'Keefe.
Correct.
A lot of sniffling. Watch when the scribbling is happening. He's watching him scribble. He's like,
okay. And you, but you have his telephone number. Did you?
I had to get it. I don't have it. I don't have his telephone number stored in my phone, but I definitely have his telephone number because I have 1 text messages from him that when my son had to give an interview, I wanted to know if he was done. And the text message just like, okay, or yes, he's done or something like that. I don't even know exactly. Okay.
I mean, do you guys believe this? This is March of 2024. Okay. Remember what happened in October of 2023? I think yesterday we watched the video again of Aiden getting arrested at his kid's bus stop in October 11th of 2023. Okay. Aiden Carney, remember Chris Albert tried to get a restraining order against Aiden Carney, and then Aiden went to jail for 60 days from around Christmas time, 2023 until February 2024. So he had just gotten out of jail a couple of weeks before this. And you want to tell us that you've never communicated with Michael Proctor, like to try and get Aiden Carney arrested? I don't know. I don't know if I believe that. Or were those communications only with Tully and Mello and others? Huh.
But I don't have it stored. I couldn't tell you what his phone number is off the top of my head.
Okay. So prior to this, to the investigation, prior to John O'Keefe's death,
yep.
Do you believe that you ever spoke to Michael Proctor?
Never on the telephone. No.
Or had his number?
Never. So I would have no reason to.
You'd have no reason to? I don't know. Your brother works with him. Your brother's a detective at Canton PD, Kevin. He went out drinking with Michael Proctor, lost his gun and badge. You know, that was sometime after John O'Keefe's murder. I think it was summer 2022, maybe. Never would have any reason to ever speak to him, ever. Never, ever, ever. Doth protest too much.
What about Facebook or other social media? Are you friends on Facebook?
With Michael? I mean, I could look up and I could tell you if I am. I'm not sure. You know how Facebook is. All of a sudden, everyone like friend requests you, and then you have like a million friends, which you're not even friends with. I don't know if I'm Facebook friends with them. I really don't know.
Do you mind checking?
I don't mind checking at all.
Oh, Cowboy fan, you're so popular. You have so many friend requests on Facebook.
It would be interesting to find out because I don't even know if I am.
Can't even keep up. How many cops are on Facebook, by the way?
I don't even know if he goes by Michael, if he goes by Mike.
Under their real name. Dude, where's my gun?
Proctor. Okay.
Oh, you don't know how to spell Proctor? Arrogance or entitlement? Which? You choose.
Let's do it a different way because I tried that way and it doesn't say that in front of them. I mean, it's not saying that I am, but I don't want to be wrong here either.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to lie to the police.
No, if
Yeah, I just don't want to take too much.
I get it. No, take your time. But
Yeah.
do you believe, regardless of whether you're Facebook friends, do you believe that you've had any sort of Facebook messages or any
No. God, no.
communications with him?
God, no.
And what about other forms of social media?
With Michael Proctor? No, never.
And what about like encrypted messaging apps or WhatsApp,
Can't
stuff like
figure
that?
that out.
Okay.
No, never.
Okay. And what about Elizabeth Proctor? Do you speak to her at all on the phone or Facebook? Or?
I've never spoken to, I don't think I've ever spoken to Elizabeth Proctor on the telephone. I think I might have had a text or two with her, only in regards to this whole entire Turtle Boy crap, which is, you know, this guy that was been blogging about my son, about me, my family, my extended family. I think I might have had maybe two text messages with Elizabeth.
This guy who's been blogging about me and my family and my extended family, this guy, you don't even want to say Turtle Boy. It's like Beetlejuice. Hold on. So you were texting with Lizzie Proctor with regard to, oh, he did say Turtle Boy. You had a text or two with Lizzie Proctor only in regards to this whole Turtle Boy harassment thing. Why would you only be texting with Lizzie and not Michael? Make that make sense. So you're just texting his wife? Yeah, right. Yeah, you're going to message Elizabeth about Turtle Boy, but not Michael. Exactly.
I don't think I've ever spoken to Elizabeth Proctor on the telephone. I think I might have had a text or two with her, only in regards to this whole entire Turtle Boy crap, which is, you know, this guy that was been blogging about my son, about me, my family, my extended family. I think I might have had maybe two text messages with Elizabeth, but literally only to do with Turtle Boy. I don't have
Interesting. He said that he's blogging about me and not intimidating me or harassing me. That's right, Scorpio.
her number stored either, so.
Okay, and they were regarding Turtle Boy. Do you know how you got Elizabeth's number? How you came to get her number, or?
I don't. I'm assuming maybe from my wife, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever engaged in personal conversation with Michael Proctor, like in person, not in regard to this investigation, but
no
in other settings?
So, not in regard to this.
Not in regard to this investigation. Just
I see what you mean. Which I wasn't
public
sure.
or
so the only time that I've ever been with Michael Proctor, besides when I gave an interview to Michael Proctor, would be at either his mother's house in Randolph, which they've recently sold and they've moved in with Courtney, or at Courtney's house during someone's birthday, maybe. So those are the only times that I've ever been in a personal setting with Michael Proctor. Was either at his mother's house in Randolph or his sister's house in Canton. I think maybe during Thanksgiving we went over there or something.
Isn't Randolph the place where Michael Proctor wanted to tie an N-word to his bumper and drive through Randolph? That's where his parents live? Huh. Interesting. Thanks for telling us more, Cowboy. Yeah, Michael Proctor was the one who interviewed him and Julie Albert together on February 10th of 2022. Interesting. Yeah, got it.
In Courtney's, the Mother's Day would be like a setting with Michael Proctor. Was either at his mother's house in Randolph or his sister's house in Canton. I think maybe during Thanksgiving we went over there or something. Courtney's. The Mother's Day would be like, you know.
You had Thanksgiving at Courtney's one time? You're so close that you spend Thanksgiving together? Oh, tell us more. He hasn't brought up the wedding yet.
One of Courtney's kids' birthday parties. Not even Michael's, because Michael's kids, they're much younger than Courtney's kids, so.
So the only time that you've ever been in the same social setting with Proctor has been either at his mother's house or Courtney's house.
Correct.
Have you ever been to his house?
Never.
You've never been to his house.
What the wedding?
I've driven by his house before, you know, because it's a cut through from one another's, but I've never been to his house.
Sure.
Then how do you even know where he lives if he's not your friend? How do you know where he lives? You don't have his number. You don't have Lizzie's number saved in your phone, but you know where he lives and you've driven by his house. Make it make sense.
These times when you have been in his company in these social settings, either at his mother's house or at Courtney's house, can you describe those? How many were there?
Yeah.
To the best of your recollection.
So if I was to put a number on it, I would say less than 6 times I've been in a setting with him. If that's, and it was like Courtney's daughter or Courtney's son birthday. We haven't been there for quite some time.
Why are you going to Courtney's kids' birthday parties? This is weird.
I don't know when they sold exactly, but I couldn't even tell you the last event we went over to Courtney's mother's house, maybe 3 years ago. And I don't even remember if Michael was there. He wasn't. Every time I was there, he wasn't always there. So that's why it's either 6 or less.
3 years ago would have been like right before the murder of John O'Keefe. Huh. Funny how that is.
Just regular interaction. I mean, I wouldn't, like I said, I'm not friends with Michael, so I don't really, in a social setting, if I say hi to him and stuff, sure. But like, other than that, I've never, he's not my friend. I mean, we're not friends.
Sure.
Yeah. He's an acquaintance. That's
Acquaintance.
What I would say.
So you believe it was about less than 6 times?
Yeah, if I was to put a number.
Maybe, and you referenced 6 years ago. When do you recall what the most recent time was?
I'm trying to think. When Michael was there, is that what you're saying? So I would think, I vaguely remember at Courtney's house where there was an event. I don't know if it was there in Thanksgiving, a few years ago, maybe. That's why it's not even coming to my mind because it doesn't happen often, really, if ever. So I would say
isn't Thanksgiving like the family holiday? That's like the holiday you spend with your closest family, right? And your closest friends. And you're going to Courtney's for Thanksgiving, even though you have like 5 brothers and a sister? Okay. All right, cool. So the nanny was invited over for Thanksgiving with her husband and children.
The last time I saw Michael in a social setting would have been at Courtney's house, maybe like during Thanksgiving 3 years ago. That just sticks in my mind.
Okay. And why did you go at Courtney's house?
She just invited us. Courtney invited us over to stop by to come see the kids and bring my kids. I don't even know. Probably just my youngest one.
Okay. And did you have any conversation with Michael Proctor?
Not that I remember. If I did, it wasn't of any relevance.
It wasn't significant.
No.
How do you know what's relevant here, sir? Wasn't of any relevance?
In terms of Trooper Proctor's wife, have you ever socialized with her or been in a social setting with her when Trooper Proctor's not been there?
When he's not been there? Never.
Never.
I shouldn't say never, but not that I can ever remember. No, I'd have no reason to be in a setting without Michael being there.
Okay. And what about Courtney? Have you been at social settings with Courtney?
Sure.
Without
Michael
and Elizabeth?
Yeah.
And how often would that be?
Honestly, recently, not often at all. Because of all this whole, once again, this whole case and this Turtle Boy nonsense, specifically tried to stay away from people so that we're not, we're not near each other. Like I didn't want to be,
Oh, because you don't want Turtle Boy finding out that you're hanging out with Michael Proctor. That makes total sense. Did you see how he pulled back his never, even though he has already said never like 5 times? Then he's like, oh, I should never say never. Because maybe you already know that. We've been trying to stay away from each other because, Turtle Boy, we don't want Turtle Boy's people to find us hanging out together the way he found Jen McCabe's Jeep over at Proctor's house. So, we got to be careful now. We meet in the graveyard at midnight or in an old abandoned warehouse somewhere far away. That's interesting. We're not near each other because of Turtle Boy. Take that back. Recently, not often at all. Right. This is 2024.
Because of all this honestly, recently, not often at all. Because of all this whole, once again, this whole case and this Turtle Boy nonsense, specifically tried to stay away from people so that we're not, we're not near each other. Like I didn't want to be, I don't need that person writing any articles about me. So, not a lot in the last couple of years.
So you only stayed away from Proctor because you don't need that person writing any articles about you. Got it. Good. Thanks for telling us everything. I hope they use this to death in all of the civil cases.
A lot at all. I did recently stop by Courtney's house with my wife to drop off her son. So we bought him a gift, like a toy or something. So we stopped by there. I think it was like 3 weeks ago, somewhere around there, 3 or 4 weeks ago.
You and your wife did?
Yeah, just me and my wife.
Okay. To give her son a gift.
Yeah, totally.
They give gifts. They like to give gifts. Julie's a gifter. Julie's a gifter. She's probably proud of him too.
All right.
I hope they can use
Have
all
you
of
ever been
this.
to parties, weddings? Or...
I hope they can use all of this to try and get more discovery in the civil cases. Remember that these people made a motion to have all of their communications with anyone at the Norfolk DA's office sealed, impounded, and that was granted. However, not Chris Alberts, because Chris Alberts not a party. That was Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe. No, I'm sorry, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and Brian Higgins. And that motion was granted. This is not a deposition. Don't get confused. This is not a deposition. This is an interview with Massachusetts State Police. Huh. I had to stop hanging around with Proctor because I didn't want Turtle Boy's people finding out about it.
Social events where Trooper Proctor or Elizabeth have been present?
So the only event like that I went to was a wedding, and it was Courtney's wedding. My son was a ring bearer. Courtney was real close with my son Colin. They were close. She was good to my son Colin, and she picked Colin to be her ring bearer in her wedding. So Michael was there.
Her little buddy.
Okay.
Obviously, that's Courtney's brother, so Michael was there.
Do you remember when that was? That was a while ago.
Yeah, it was a while ago. I would say, I think my son was 7, so I'm guessing it was around 13 years ago. I mean, I don't know her exact wedding date, but it would be her anniversary, so
sure.
Whenever that. So I'm guessing 13 years.
And at that wedding, do you recall having any substantive conversation with Trooper Proctor?
I don't even remember if I probably said hello to him. That's about it. I don't even know if that probably might have been even the first time I met Michael. Probably was.
You're not drinking beers? He works with your brother Kevin. Do I have to point that out every single 5 minutes?
Okay. Any birthday parties or anything where Trooper Proctor and his wife have been present?
Yeah, so I'm assuming over at Courtney's mother's house, there's definitely been a couple of birthday parties. I'm assuming that they were Courtney's kids and not Michael's kids, because his kids are a lot younger, and I wouldn't be invited to go over there for Michael's kids,
right?
Because I'm not like close with them. So,
right. But your wife is close to Courtney, and
correct.
So on the basis of that relationship, you go to Courtney's house.
Yeah.
Courtney's brother is Michael, so Michael just happens to be in the same orbit there.
Of course,
during these things. Okay.
I hate how he talks over him. He won't wait. He doesn't wait until he answers his question. He thinks he knows the answer and he thinks he knows the question. So he just talks over him. If this was a deposition, the court reporter would be freaking out right now. Like, stop, wait for him to answer. Wait for him to finish before you start talking. But it's body cam, so it's okay.
And there's plenty of times that I've gone over the years to Courtney's parents' house when Michael's never been there. Probably more often than not, he wasn't there when I've been there.
Okay.
That would say like the 6 times that I've ever.
So you just dear friends with Michael Proctor's parents. He just added that. There was no question. He just added it. I go to Michael Proctor's parents' house all the time. Please. You don't think favors can be done?
Yeah. Okay. And to sum up your interaction with Trooper Proctor at these events, how would you sum that up?
Just very like nonchalant, just like passing by. I'm more like
nonchalant,
friendly with like Courtney and you know close to her mom and dad. You know, so just sparingly. I don't even remember a conversation I've ever had with Michael at that house.
Okay.
I'm sure I've said hello to him. Maybe talked about some sports or something, but other than that, nothing.
Can you specifically recall any conversation that you've had with him?
Never. Honestly, I
it
can
hasn't been to do with this John O'Keefe.
Oh God, no. I don't think I've been to an event since this case where Michael's been there.
Right.
Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure the only time I've seen Michael Proctor during this whole entire case is when he interviewed me, and when I had to go in front of the grand jury. So those are probably the only 2 times. I can't say for certainty, but I'm pretty sure those are the only 2 times I've seen him.
Okay.
Why would Michael Proctor be at the grand jury as the same day as you? I don't know. Were they both testifying the same day? Was Michael Proctor there every single day? at the grand jury. I guess you're talking about the state grand jury, not the federal grand jury. The one where you helped upgrade Karen Reed's charges to murder. Did he testify in front of the state grand jury? I don't even know. What would they need him for? Sec Relic says law enforcement families stick and have relationships with each other law enforcement families, especially in a small town. Yeah, they all went to high school together too. Oops.
And you already have answered this question. You have never been to Trooper Proctor's home.
Never.
Do you know if any member of your immediate family has ever been to Trooper Proctor's home?
Oh, I highly doubt that. Yeah, I wouldn't know anyone that would be there. Nope.
Highly doubt it. Nope.
Have you or any member of your immediate family ever babysat Trooper Michael Proctor's children?
No, not that I'm aware of. There would only be my wife, and I can't ever remember a time my wife ever babysat for his kids.
You have not?
I have not, no.
They were in talks.
Were you or any member of your immediate family ever asked to babysit Trooper Michael Proctor's children?
To be honest, the only time I ever even knew that is because I watched the court proceeding, and supposedly it was asked by Courtney. Or Michael maybe asked Courtney, or Courtney asked Michael. I don't even remember. I try not to watch it all, but in open court, it was said that my wife was asked or was offered, or she didn't offer, but someone said you could reach out to her and ask her.
You watched a court proceeding. Well, this is in March of 2024. So it wouldn't have been the trial, right? It wouldn't have been trial number one because that didn't start, I think, till a little later in the year. Was it a hearing? It was a hearing, I guess. Maybe the motion to dismiss hearing? I try not to watch it. You're watching every single thing. You're watching this right now. Probably, likely. And then you'll go tweet about how much you hate me and how ugly you think I am. You.
That's the only thing that I would ever know.
Yeah, but prior to that,
my wife was asked or was offered, or she didn't offer, but someone said you could reach out to her and ask her. That's the only thing that I would ever know.
Yeah, but prior to that, you had no knowledge there was even a thought of.
Oh, Michael, yeah, why would no? Oh, Courtney's kid, that's a different story. Because I know my wife's, over the years has watched Courtney's kids a couple of times.
Sure, but yeah. Michael's.
Over the years, your wife has watched Courtney's kids a couple of times. She was their nanny for 9 years, dude. At least 3 days a week for 9 years. My wife has babysat Courtney's kids a couple of times. Are you kidding me? Listen to that again. Does he not know what his wife is doing during the day when he's at the pizzeria?
Even a thought of
Michael, yeah, why would no? Oh, Courtney's.
Why would? Because Courtney's last kid went to kindergarten and she didn't need her anymore. And so maybe you wanted her to earn some extra money. So Michael Proctor's wife couldn't handle the kids alone and she needed a nanny. Maybe that's why.
That's a different story. Because I know my wife's, over the years has watched Courtney's kids a couple of times.
Sure, but Michael's
never.
Okay. And the first you heard of any of that was the court proceeding.
Yeah, I didn't even know. Yeah,
last week or
a couple of times.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And best of your knowledge, was that ask ever put in to your wife? Did anybody ever actually ask?
I don't think so. No, not to my knowledge. No.
Couple of times.
Did you ever speak with Trooper Michael Proctor directly regarding the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe?
As far as
I suppose the answer is yes, because he interviewed you.
Yes.
In regard to
that. Yeah. So obviously, because I gave an interview to Michael Proctor.
And then you went before the grand jury. So
and he was. I think I went to I went to two grand juries. I went to the state grand jury in regards to the Karen Reed case, and I went to the state grand jury in regards to the witness intimidation case against Turtle Boy.
Yeah.
In the Turtle Boy case, I believe Michael's also classified as a victim, him and his wife. So he was present in the jury room before we went into the jury.
Okay. All right.
But as far as conversation, I didn't have a conversation.
What exactly did he have to add to the Karen Reed upgrade to murder charges grand jury? He wasn't a witness to anything. Why did they even call him to the Karen Reed's grand jury? What?
With them. I mean, I think the special prosecutor might have been there. I don't even remember, but
okay. So obviously he interviewed you in regard to the death of John.
Correct.
prior to or after that, aside from the normal business that we discussed at the outset of this interview, there's always some back and forth setting up interviews and stuff like that.
Yep.
And then, reasonable follow-up afterwards. Aside from that, anything like that surrounding your interview with him or your appearance at the grand jury, did you have any sort of private conversations, if you will, in regard to the homicide?
Not that I can recall. I specifically made a point not to talk to people about it.
He's writing way too much. And this is on one quarter.
Did Courtney ever provide you with any information regarding the death of John O'Keefe that you believe was not public or not yet to be public?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay. Do you know if she provided any such information to your wife?
I don't believe so. Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Did you ever attempt to elicit any information from Courtney regarding the investigation to the death of John O'Keefe?
Not that I believe so. I mean, no, I wouldn't say that I elicited anything from her. I mean, the stuff that's in.
Did you ask her to find out what was going on? He doesn't sound very sure about that answer.
The paper, I mean, stuff that's out in the open. Have I maybe talked to her about it? I mean, I don't want to say no, but I've never gone out of my way to, if anything, we didn't talk for long. We kind of stayed away.
Can you recall any specifics, or are you just saying that you can't? Are you saying you don't want to say no because you can't?
I can't be
totally certain, or are you saying
I can't recall any specific thing that I got out of Courtney that I asked Courtney?
Okay, but you believe that it's possible that there may have been some.
Sure, yeah, there might have been something.
Okay. But you don't recall what any of that would have been?
No. It definitely wouldn't have been anything of any relevance because I'd remember it and I would tell you.
Okay.
Any relevance? He doesn't know what relevance means. He doesn't know the definition of the word. I think he means significance, but he's saying, I don't think it would be of any relevance.
Let's see. Did anyone ever ask you to attempt to elicit any information from Trooper Proctor or Courtney regarding the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Are you aware if your wife ever attempted to elicit any such information regarding the investigation from Courtney?
No, I don't believe so.
I think you've already answered this.
Normal speed.
You indicated that you do have a few text messages from Trooper Proctor on your cell phone.
I get one.
You have one, okay.
I actually looked for because after, I believe you might ask my wife if she had any, so I'm just for curiosity, but I don't even have him stored, so I had to punch in what his number was, and then it's just very vague. It says okay, and then I said, yeah. I think I was trying to call him to see if Colin was done with his interview down at the DA's office, and I think I might have called. Best of my recollection, I called him, hey, are you guys done yet? And he said, no, I'll text you when we're done. So he wrote all set, and I wrote okay.
Okay.
Right.
Other than that, I don't have a single text message in my phone from Michael Proctor.
Any group text messages you think that he was a part of?
With Michael, no.
Okay.
You don't have a single one in your phone. What about in your iCloud? Courtney knows about the iCloud. Do you?
All right. We asked your wife, and part of this inquiry is obviously to flush out the true nature of the relationship. Would you consent to allowing us to punch in numbers that we know are Michael Proctor's into your phone and see if there's any text messages between your phone and those numbers? And then if there are, to photograph such communications.
Look at his face. Look at his face. Would you let me punch some numbers into your phone and then photograph the communications? We got to see this in real time because this is his full speed reaction. Hold on. Then we are going to have to kind of get through the end of this. Hold on.
And see if there's any text messages between your phone and those numbers. And then if there are, to photograph such communications.
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, I would think I'd be okay with that.
He's fiddling with his phone.
You mean you want to do it now?
Yeah, we might as well do it now. We're here.
Yeah,
I'm laughing.
yeah, that makes sense, right?
But before we do that, I had one last question. We'll just deal with any follow-up stuff. Has anyone ever asked you any of these questions before? Has anybody ever come to you looking to investigate or inquire about your relationship with Michael Proctor?
Never. This is the first time anyone's ever asked me. So there'd be no reason to.
So no law enforcement, no state or federal law enforcement, state, federal, local law enforcement, no private investigators. No one has ever come to you or called you or attempted to interview you in regard to your relationship, your family's relationship with Michael Proctor.
No, this is the first time anyone's ever asked.
Okay. You find that to be, out of curiosity, you find that to be odd, considering the fact that the nature of your relationship is being spoken about in open court and in the media?
So in retrospect, I would say I wish that somebody had asked me, but we're only here because of some defense attorneys trying to drum up some relationships that don't exist. For me, that's my belief.
Really? Because your wife was Michael Proctor's nanny, Michael Proctor's sister's nanny for 9 years, and you hang out at Michael Proctor's parents' house all the time, and they're trying to drum up something that doesn't exist, sir? Are you flipping kidding me? Listen to him, blaming everything on everybody else. We're only here because some defense attorneys are trying to drum up some relationship that doesn't exist. Michael Proctor never should have investigated this case. He never should have been handpicked, hand-selected, hand-chosen to investigate this case in the first place, because of his close personal ties with the Albert family, i.e. you and your wife and his sister and your wife and his parents and you. Okay? It's a little too close for comfort. Sorry that you can't see that and that you're blaming it on defense attorneys trying to drum up some relationship that doesn't exist when Michael Proctor's sister, who was your wife's boss, really, said that Colin Albert is her little buddy. Your son, Colin, was her little buddy, and your son doesn't get mentioned in any police reports for how long? Dude, we're not buying what you're selling, and you can try and blame it on everybody else and play the victim, but you're not a plaintiff in the lawsuit.
Defense attorneys trying to drum up some relationships that don't exist. For me, that's my belief, is that it has nothing to do that someone shouldn't have asked. It was, why would they ask? You know?
Because your son was in the house, and everyone kept him out of all the reports. That's why. You don't think that's suspicious?
And are you aware, and we'll ask your wife again this question, because I don't think we asked her yesterday. Are you aware if anyone has ever attempted to ask her any of these questions?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't think anyone has. I mean, you have to look at it this way. Like my role and my wife's role in this was very minimal. We were out together that night with John O'Keefe, but she went home early with a migraine, and I walked home, and so that was the end of the night. You know what I mean? And as far as like,
then why did you tell Proctor, or why did he write down in his statement that you and your wife followed back to 34 Fairview after the waterfall? Why did he write that down after formal introductions? Huh? And if your role is so minimal, then why were you testifying at the state grand jury? I don't think he meant the grand jury to try and indict Karen and Aiden, because I thought that the only witness was like Tully at that one, but I can't be sure. But I don't think he wouldn't have been called in to testify at the failed grand jury for the conspiracy. You tried to make your role very minimal by changing the story and saying that Michael Proctor is a liar for what he wrote down in your witness statement. But all the cards have fallen now.
Why? But she went home early with a migraine, and I walked home, and so that was the end of the night. You know what I mean? And as far as like why it would be asked, I don't know why necessarily it would be asked. I mean, small town. I don't know. I don't even know why. I wish it did. I mean,
Well,
in retrospect,
it seems to me that, and admittedly, I don't know. I probably should have been following this case a little bit closer than I was, but I don't know a lot about the facts of this case. But it seems to me if there's relationships, being spoken about, in open court, or that, the easiest way to figure out, the true nature of these relationships is to at least ask the question.
well, yeah, absolutely.
So it just strikes me as just a. I mean, both as a police officer and just as a human being, kind of odd.
Yeah. I mean, that's not that would be the responsibility of
No, I'm not blaming you. It sounds like I'm blaming you.
No, I get it.
Because,
but I mean, in retrospect, absolutely, it should have been asked. But
yes, he did own a Ford Edge. Thanks for asking, ERFL. You know why? Because there's like a record of Colin Albert being pulled over in a Ford Edge somewhere like near his college. So yeah, they did, and it was registered to Julie, I think.
I think the relationships were so loose from the beginning, and I'm sure Trooper Proctor talked to his supervisors during it and gave a synopsis of what his relationship was. I mean, he never met my brother Brian.
He lied. He lied to the grand jury too. Remember that whole motion to dismiss?
In his entire life, so why would he? What his relationship was? I mean, he never met my brother Brian in his entire life, so why would he? I don't know.
Okay.
If you're asking me if I think I mean, looking back on it, absolutely. Like, I feel like looking back on it, probably should have asked a few more questions. But I mean, I have no relationship with Michael, and Julie's is only through his sister Courtney.
Yeah, because she was his nanny for 9 years. We know. Michael Proctor didn't need to ask the questions because he knows that your wife was his sister's nanny for 9 years. This is insane.
Okay. So, seeing as though, and I explained what we're going to do, and you can watch us do this.
Yeah.
And it's a consensual examination, so you're free to terminate your consent at any time.
Yeah.
But we do have a form, as we have with everything else. So I'll just excuse me.
He's like, what? You want to look at my phone? What?
What kind of phone is it? iPhone?
Yeah. I don't know what number or anything.
That's okay. And this one's associated with.
It's muted. It's not you. It's them. Yes, saucy meat sauce. Yes.
19.
So just for curiosity, what are you just talking about? Michael Proctor?
Yes.
Phone number? Okay.
Yes. That. So you can feel free to read this over.
Read it.
A lot of this stuff doesn't necessarily apply. Like I said, you're going to be here the whole time, so you can withdraw your consent at any time. But if you agree to it, just write your name here and then sign down there where I put the X.
Can I ask you a question before I do this?
You can ask any questions you like.
How many phone numbers does Michael Proctor have?
We were given a list of a few. Obviously, work phones, personal phones, stuff like that.
Yeah. All right. Because the only phone number that I know that I've ever seen, I looked at my phone is just one number. So,
okay.
But
really? Because you just said like it was like an all set. Okay, that's the only thing you have, and his name wasn't even plugged in. You're right, Sean. He's like, please don't find it. Please don't find it. Please don't find it. Beetlejuice, turtle boy. Click my heels 3 times, and maybe I'll be at home sweet home. He wants to be anywhere but there right now.
And that's one of the reasons why we want to plug these things in to see what we got.
Yeah, but I would hate to do it and then not like realize if he had texted me from another number that I didn't know.
Well, this is one of these things, why we're doing it.
Yeah.
Because if there's the possibility that there are text messages out there, it's kind of important to flush that out.
Yeah. I get what you're saying.
It goes to the, the nature of your relationship with them.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Fine. Okay. Is it? I haven't watched this yet. Don't spoil it for me because don't know what's going to happen.
You know what
but I
though?
can't wait.
Now I'm just thinking, like, what happens if I have a text message in here that I didn't know about? Do I have any like liability?
No, you're saying that you don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
So I mean, if you're if you're setting up a a murder or something, or if you're talking about illegal things, and we see it, then cat is out of the bag. That we saw it, we can't unsee it. But in terms of you're saying you don't believe that you've had any additional text message communications with Trooper Proctor or any of his phone numbers, and obviously people are mistaken all the time. Like the number of people that certain people communicate with on a daily basis is quite large.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he threw that out there trying to set up a murder or something because he wanted to see his reaction to it. So let's watch his reaction to it because I think he deserves it. What happens though? What if I have it under another number? Do I have any liability? What do you mean liability? Do you mean, are you going to get in trouble for lying to the police? Do I have any liability? That's an interesting choice of words. Culpability.
I'm just thinking, like, what?
Watch how he stops. It's like, you know what though?
You know what though? Now I'm just thinking, like, what happens if I have a text message in here that I didn't know about? Do I have any like liability?
No, you're saying that you don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
So I mean, if you're if you're setting up a murder or something, or if you're talking about illegal things, and we see it, then cat is out of the bag. That we saw it, we can't unsee it. But in terms of you're saying you don't believe that you've had any additional text message communications with Trooper Proctor or any of his phone numbers, and obviously people are mistaken all the time. Like the number of people that certain people communicate with on a daily basis is quite large.
Yeah.
And the volume of text messages that people exchange with people is enormous in some cases. So and when you multiply that over the course of time and years, it becomes impossible for the human mind to keep track of all of the various text messages that you've sent over the course of time. So
sure,
that's why your memory, even people who are attempting to do their absolute best at recalling events and recalling communications, your memory can only get you so far, particularly when we're talking about, things that happened some time ago.
Yeah. So, no, I know.
And that's why, the records, either phone records, stuff like that, are helpful.
So as you said that you kind of avoided them, right, during this whole ordeal.
Yeah.
So even if he had sent you a text from a different number, most likely it was from many months or years ago.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying.
They're totally setting him up like a bowling pin, and I'm loving every minute of this. And I find that strange too, Harmony. Why did he ask? How many phone numbers does Michael Proctor have? Why would he ask that?
I wouldn't want to get anybody in any, like, so this is my consenting?
You don't want to get Michael Proctor in trouble? Now you give a shit about Michael Proctor? Really? Every man for himself, dude. I wouldn't want to get anybody in any like.
So this is my consenting?
That's your consent.
All right.
You're concerned about getting somebody in trouble. We can't make assurances. We don't know what's on the text. But I mean, assuming that they're non-criminal texts.
Yeah. Obviously, I don't even remember. Like the only text message that I ever had from Michael was the one that, to my knowledge, is the one that he said all set, and I wrote okay. Mm-hmm. So
because you looked.
So okay, you go with that.
Because your wife was interviewed before you, and she told you they were going to ask.
We'll just sign this here. If you could just date it. So given to me this right down here. Just it's the 19th day, 19th day of March.
19th of March. 2024. I'm watching 5:30.
5:30.
Okay, and then just the date next to your name, signature block there. Right there. Yep.
He's signing a consent form for them to search his phone right while he sits there.
All right.
Okay, perfect.
Look at him, the way he's like rubbing his mouth and going like doing the whole thing with the hands on the face. What does that mean? I'm not a body language expert, but trying to hide something, hiding his mouth with his fingers. Yeah, all of it. Roscoe says he's scared he only blocked 2 numbers. I mean, he wishes he was anywhere but there. I don't know why none of these people brought an attorney, because they didn't want to look guilty, probably. I mean, his face is telling us everything.
Okay. All right. So again, you can withdraw your consent at any time by just saying that you want to withdraw your consent, and you're going to stay right here and watch me do it. So
So this is just Michael Proctor's numbers, not Courtney Proctor's numbers, no one else's numbers.
no. Now, if there's a group text if there's a group text exchange that includes Michael Proctor on it, then we'd be interested in that.
Okay.
Because that would include Michael Proctor, but we are not interested in Courtney or Elizabeth or anything else. But if in the instance where we find a group text message that includes him, then that obviously would be relevant. But in the absence of that, it would just be between you and Proctor.
But if for some reason there's a group text that's in here with other people and he's in there, then there would.
We would be interested in that because we would view that as being relevant to establishing the nature of your relationship with Trooper Proctor.
Okay. I'm starting to just be a little bit uneasy about it, only because I don't want to get anyone in trouble or anything.
Right. No,
if there was something.
I agree. I mean, but I don't necessarily agree. I understand your position, but I'm finding it hard to. Well, unless there are criminal things, I don't think that anybody could get in trouble. For it.
No, I know.
He's starting to have second thoughts because he doesn't want to get anybody else in trouble. I don't know, like who? Colin? You're worried about Michael Proctor now? You don't even know the guy. You're just dear friends with his parents and his sister. And your wife was the sister's nanny for 9 years, but you don't want to get him in trouble? This is so interesting. And the cop's like, Captain Benson is like, yeah, I mean, unless there's, like crimes in there, like, why wouldn't you want to give us your phone? Like, of course you would, right? He goes, I'm finding it hard to believe. Well, unless there's certain criminal things in there, why wouldn't you want to give me your phone?
But I'm finding it hard to, well, unless there are criminal things, I don't think that anybody could get in trouble. For it.
No, I know. Yeah, fine.
Okay. So all I'm going to do is again
put his numbers. Can I watch you?
You can come. You can come. And then I could say, "Yep."
Okay.
Oh, there's Captain Benson.
So I'm going to cancel that, and then I'm just going to search here just to see if there's anything that comes up here. So I have 2 numbers here. Okay. I don't even know that it would necessarily come up like this, but I'll just start doing it there.
No. Do you think it's a good idea as you enter one number to say what the results are?
Yeah, I've been going back and forth about whether or not I want to.
I see.
I want to read the numbers into. I just performed a search in the search bar of the text message field in Mr. Albert's phone, and I performed a search of 4 numbers related to Michael Proctor.
Proctor has 4 cell phone numbers. Oh, burner phones? What? We know about his personal phone and his work phone. Can we get total extractions for the other 2? What were the other 2? That's interesting. Michael Proctor has 4 numbers. Was one under Bear and one under Chip? And a work and a personal? Oh, cool. Thank you for telling us everything.
One ending in 9-3, one ending in 6-5, one ending in 9-1, and one ending in 6-7. Excuse me. And I did not come up with any results. Now I'm going to go and attempt to enter it into the new message field to see if that populates any content.
So they're not hooking it up to a machine. He's doing this like he has the phone in his hand and he's plugging the numbers in.
The number ending in 9-3 does not.
Oh my God. Chris Albert wants to jump out that window right about now. He's thinking, should I revoke my consent? Search the deleted
Number ending in
folders.
6-5 does not.
Did he delete anything off his phone after Julie got home and told him what they were talking about? Does anybody have grave concerns?
And number ending in 9-1 does not. Makes me wonder if we are missing a number or something.
Or if he deleted them. Because he told you that he looked and he found the one where he said all set, okay.
And the number ending in 6-7 does not either.
6-7. 6-7.
Not to tell you, don't you have to click on the...
Maybe I do. Let's try this again.
Chris is trying to help him.
One phone number, I have one text message, but I don't know which one you have, so.
Click on that. Oh, wait a second.
Why don't you pull it up for them, Chris?
I'm going to send this to him. It should populate.
But yeah, so I guess it does. I don't know, then maybe.
Because it populates here.
Yeah, so it should populate down there.
So
Okay.
it should populate
All right.
down there.
I don't know. I've never,
But
I thought I had one text message.
Benson
that
is
said, okay,
surprised
all
because
set.
Chris said there was a
because
message
messages, if I go this, then it just sends me your contacts.
I meant down there.
Down here?
If you click on, like, no. If you click on you want to talk.
That?
No, I guess not. I don't know.
No.
Do you think Captain Benson does not know how to work an iPhone, Mr. Albert?
Oh, well, no, I appreciate your help. We'll try that. And then we'll just see if you can find it, because I'm not coming up with anything. This is usually when I usually it would populate other messages you have in your phone.
He's self-snitching. He's self-snitching.
That's interesting. Maybe.
Did you talk to Brian Higgins or Brian Albert before you went there? Did you talk to Proctor and get everything to auto-delete after a certain period of time?
No. All right. So you want to try to find your...
Yeah, let me see. But I don't have them stored, so how would I'd have to go back on that date that he gave that interview.
You don't have them stored? What do you
So
mean?
again, the examination of the phone for text messages with numbers ending in 93, 65, 91, and 67 revealed negative results.
Yeah, because I don't have him stored, so I don't know unless.
What
Can you read me those numbers?
What do you think? Well, I don't want to really read them, but maybe if we can search your text messages. Do you remember what the text message said?
Yeah, I'll search. Hold on.
If you search your text messages for like the verbiage of what you
Unless it was from like, not him, and maybe it was from like another guy that maybe he's the guy that was in there with him.
Well, did you find it last night?
Yeah, but I don't know how I found it exactly. I think my wife told me what his phone number was.
Maybe there's a fifth number for Proctor. Jen McCabe didn't teach you how to screenshot stuff? You think he wouldn't have screenshotted that? Come on.
But I don't. 1781.
paranormal.
And you said you don't have his contact.
No. I just asked her what his phone number was, and I punched it in.
Maybe it's a number that you don't have.
Yeah, that I wouldn't know.
What did he say in the text? Maybe if you
I did it on the search. He said all set. I said okay. All set. And then what does that show? It just shows people like that. It's just people I'm friends with. My brother.
If you go show all, if you type it in and then go show all, and then maybe scroll down to one that you don't have as a contact.
There's like a million of them.
Of course.
He's trying so hard to help, isn't he?
There's a lot of all sets. Like a million all sets.
I bet.
All set. Yeah, all set.
A lot of people. He says all
From
set
people
all
that you
the
don't
time.
have as a contact though.
No, my wife, my son, someone that works for me, my vendor.
You're
But so far, I don't have a no
set.
contact here. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Mostly everyone's in my contacts.
Remember Judge Canoni? You're all set.
No, so it would have already been because I'm trying to think when my son gave an interview.
How did you do the search? All 7 messages. Okay.
And then I wrote all, and I wrote see all.
Okay.
I mean, I can ask my wife what number she gave me. She's actually going to be coming up here because didn't you want to finish with?
Yeah, we need to talk to her again. I mean, I guess we'll. I guess we can do that and just see. Obviously, it's important just to see what you have.
Yeah, no, I get it. Oh no, that's why I let you do it.
But yeah,
but I don't have any of those numbers.
And do you mind if I search your contact list for Michael Proctor's name?
Yeah, you can.
Then you can come over and see me do it.
Yeah. No.
Thanks, Nicole. Thank you, Sassy3, for your super sticker.
Unless I spelled it wrong.
No results for Proctor.
Try
I
Bear.
tried it too to see. I did Michael and then I did Mike.
Try
But I'd have no reason to have his number stored.
No.
Thank you, Gunny, Carrie Ann. I try and stay away from the drama.
Did you try in the message field on the message, just typing in his name, Proctor's name?
I didn't know.
Thanks to Shy.
Oh, Michael.
I have a lot of Michaels in there.
How about Mike?
No, there's no Mike Proctor, Michael Proctor at all in his contacts. All right, do you mind if we try that with your message field?
Put Michael Proctor in my message field?
Yeah.
Here's Michael.
See if he's talking about Proctor.
I mean, you're probably going to get a million different things.
Because I'm talking about Proctor.
I was
all the
okay
time.
with like you seeing if he sent me a text, but if I mention him to someone else, I don't feel that comfortable with it.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? Just in case I said it to like, Michael Proctor's a dick. I don't, you know what I mean? Not that I would say that, but do you know what I mean? It's one thing if.
Why would you choose that phrase? Just in case I said Michael Proctor's a dick. Not that I would say that or anything. Or do you really think Michael Proctor's a dick? Why would that be the one thing that you would choose to pick out to say? That just slipped out. Just in case. Oh my God, listen to that again.
To someone else, I don't feel that comfortable with it.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? Just in case I said it to like, Michael Proctor's a dick. I don't, you know what I mean? Not that I would say that, but do you know what I mean? It's one thing if I let you see if he sent me a message, which, I have no problem with, but I wouldn't want like, if I had a secondary discussion with somebody else and I mentioned his name, I wouldn't feel comfortable with that. Okay. I wouldn't know what it was. It could be, I could be making fun of the guy. I could have,
Okay. All right.
Could have making fun of the guy.
It's
So he's telling us everything. Could have been making fun of Michael Proctor. Thought you barely knew him. Why would you be making fun of Michael Proctor? Wow.
Like I said,
I mean, most lawyers probably wouldn't even, not that I need, like, they probably wouldn't even, I just let you look through my phone, so,
well, we
Most lawyers probably wouldn't have, told me, and not that I need a lawyer or anything.
appreciate it. We think that it goes a long way to answering the questions that, we're here to answer.
Yeah, no, I totally get it. I mean, so let me ask you a question in retrospect, like, should people have asked more about relationships. Now you said that, and yeah.
Well, I don't know. I was just,
Yeah.
To me, if relationships are in question, somebody should ask.
No, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. That's what I said earlier. Like, in retrospect, I wish they grind down every single thing, and they see that I have no relationship with Michael Proctor. Never have.
Right. And
never had a beer with him outside of.
No, you just think he's a dick, and you might have been making fun of him in your text messages.
Anywhere. Never been to a sport with Michael Proctor. Never have.
Right. And
never had a beer with him outside of anywhere. Never been to a sporting event with him.
Right.
Never been to a bar with him. Never been anywhere with him.
Right. And just my opinion, if you're going to be, using someone's relationship, and talking about it,
should be able to prove it.
I would, before I was, would go about talking about that, I would probably at least attempt to talk to the person and find out what the nature of it was.
Yeah, no, that makes total sense.
And to ask the hard questions, like, can we look through your phone?
Yeah.
And can we figure,
yeah, absolutely.
try to, really bear down on the nature of it.
Yeah.
So that was all that I was asking, just to see
I
if anyone has come to you to, because also that would be another statement that you made in regard to this inquiry.
Sure.
That could be valuable, because obviously any of your past statements regarding your relationship with Michael Proctor.
No, I understand.
Would be relevant to this, inquiry.
Yeah. No, I totally understand.
Ken Varios, do you have anything for me?
No, I do not. No,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I hope I helped a little bit. I don't know. I mean,
okay. Yeah, if you can look for.
Yeah, I'll ask my wife
text
when
messages and
like I said, the only one that I thought there was one, and it said all set, and I wrote okay.
Okay.
Because I was downstairs at the DA's office. It was like 7:00 at night. I remember it, and he said all set, and I said okay. And then I went upstairs and met them, took my son and left.
Okay. All right. Very good. If there's nothing further,
yeah. No, I don't think so.
And shut off the body cameras. The time now is 5:47 p.m. Tuesday, March 19th, 2024.
Wow. What day are the Canton Select Board meetings? Or were they? Did he have a Canton Select Board meeting that night? Is that why he was so dressed up in his finest suit and tie? Just think how important it would have been to have every one of their witness statements recorded like that initially when they were first taken right after the murder of John O'Keefe. You're all reasonable people here. There's over 6,500 of you in the chat right now, or watching anyway. 6,500 reasonable people. If you had to assess Chris Albert's credibility by watching that interview, what do you think? Tell me in the comments. Tell me in the chat. Lori, thank you so much. If you have Venmo, she says, I've been married 31 years to a cop. The only time he didn't make it home from work was 9/11. We worked in a community adjacent to the Pentagon, and I can't open it. Thank you very much, Lori. And thank you for your husband's service. Many of my friends too were first responders for 9/11, but here in New York. You think he's covering something? You don't believe him? Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. That is why it is so important to record witness interviews, because they would be telling us everything, but none of them did. They didn't think it was important, but we know they had the technology and the ability to do so. They just didn't, because Michael Proctor must be the worst investigator in the world, or he was trying to help out, the parents of a kid, the mother of whom was his sister's nanny for 9 years. Make it make sense. JP says, the fact that all these interviews are at the same location tells me that the Massachusetts AG is investigating this case. This isn't at the Norfolk County DA's office. More to come. This was all the way back in 2024, before trial number 1, right after the federal grand jury. Deshai said Craig Casey was found on a lawn feet away from Chris's lawn in 2018. Did Chris give Brian the idea to leave John O'Keefe? I'm sick and tired of this corrupt family. Thank you, Deshai, for your 5. Flower skis, 11:11. First met Elizabeth, probably at a function at Mike's parents' house. Doesn't call him Mike again in the interview. Oh, that's interesting. He only calls him Mike once. Oh, he let it slip. Maybe he caught himself. JP, watching these videos, it's clear the Massachusetts AG is investigating John O'Keefe's murder. Where are they in it? I don't know, but thanks for your other 5. Sorry I didn't pull that other one up sooner. JRB Chaser, up from don't really know him to acquaintance. Yeah, they've graduated in the course of that 1-hour interview. WV Listening says, I watched these earlier today. I was praying you would go over them. I can't stand this guy. Thanks for your 10. Saucy said, so Courtney's hosting Proctor's, Proctor, mommy, and daddy. Yeah, well, Courtney is Proctor's sister. But you're saying, so Chris and Julie went over to Proctor's parents' house. And yes, that is true. Look at this. FA says, Mass Live reported a body was found on the lawn of Congresswoman Presley's husband's property. Wonder if they will go in the house to investigate. That's a great point. And then says, it'll be interesting to see how the Boston PD handles the body on the lawn compared to the state troopers, especially seeing it's a Congresswoman. That's going to be interesting. Stay tuned to that. I didn't see that story yet. Saucy says, don't worry, guys. He makes himself seem even more suspicious by the end of this. It's great. Kelly says, hi, Melanie. You have to watch Julie's interview and count how many times she says, honestly, another overshare. Well, I don't want to watch it until I watch it with you guys. So I want us to do that together. Tracy said, track wife, if Chris's role was so minimal, how did he know about Sully's report? Right. Sully's going to burn the house down too. JP says, I hate clutter. I delete texts all the time. Mark most as spam. The only texts on my phone are BF and my mother. All right, JP. I don't. My phone probably has a million years on it. Kyle said if we had the interviews, Canoni would nix it. Yeah, but they eventually would have been released to the public, like all of these are being. Music to my soul says, what is the MSP guy even saying? Yannetti can't call up Chris Albert and ask about his relationship with Proctor before bringing it up in court, can he? Oh, yeah, you can send your private investigator to go interview any of the witnesses. They don't have to speak to you, but you're free to do it. And I don't think that Chris Albert ever would have spoken to any investigator for Karen Reed in a million years. Do you? I don't think so. All right. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns before we wrap. You want me to teleport you guys over to Turtle Boy's live stream? First one back from vacation. I can do that. I have the capability. Dawn says, what happened after these interviews? Was anything ever done with the info? Yeah, all of these interviews were sent to Karen's defense team in a notice of discovery that I went over at the very, very beginning of the stream. They were sent over and exchanged with them before trial number 1. So they had them. Nobody ever called Courtney. And so we'll see. Well, I'm signing off now. So I'm signing off. I've been on for 4 hours, and I think that is it for my Saturday. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy, but above all, stay safe. Don't believe everything you read on the internet. Buckle your seatbelts because it's going to be a bumpy ride. I'm in talks with Grant Smith Ellis to do something with him soon. It may be tomorrow. I'm not quite sure yet. So make sure you have all your notifications set so that you don't miss a thing. All right. You might have to wait for a second after the stream ends, but wow, was that like gold or what? Yeah. Karen's team did have a PI and they sent him like to visit Higgins, and then like Higgins, they got mad about it because they said that the PI was like the same guy that worked, or same woman who worked with Harvey Weinstein. They were all like butthurt and mad about it. Like that was like some sort of flex. I don't know. Like it was weird. It was weird. All right. I'll teleport you guys over to Turtle Boy so you don't even have to do a thing. All right. I love you guys so much. Thank you to the moderators. I could never, ever, ever do this without you. You know it. I love you guys so much. I will see you real soon. Peace out. Acknowledge the stream. Thank you. Love you.